Yes. Good evening. This is a council meeting, a council conference meeting of the Township of Montclair, and it's being broadcast live on Channel 34. It's streaming live on the Montclair TV 34 YouTube channel. It's available on demand and can and will be rebroadcast. This meeting is called pursuant to the provisions of the Open Public Meeting Act. The meeting was included in the revised annual notice of the meeting schedule as set forth in Resolution R-24-174, adopted by Township Council at its regular meeting on July 17, 2024, and transmitted to the official newspaper on July 24, 24, posted on the bulletin boards outside the municipal building, and has remained continuously posted. In addition, a copy of the revised annual notice is and has been available to the public and is on file in the office of the Township Clerk. Please would everyone stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing. We have two amazing guests with us who are sophomores at Montclair High School, Eliana and Talia Sisti, and they will grace us with a beautiful blessing after we've done the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Aliana and Talia. Twins.
I believe the children are our future. Teach them well and let them lead the way. Show them all the beauty they possess inside. Give them a sense of pride to make it easier. Let the children's laughter remind us how we used to be. Everybody searching for a hero. People need someone to look up to. I never found anyone who fulfilled my needs. A lonely place to be, and so I learned to depend on me. I decided long ago never to walk in anyone's shadows. If I fail, if I succeed, at least I'll live as I believe. No matter what they'll take from me, they can't take away my dignity. Because the greatest love of all is happening to me. I found the greatest love of all inside of me. The greatest love of all is easy to achieve. Learning to love yourself is the greatest love of all. I believe the children are our future. Teach them well and let them lead the way. Show them all the beauty they possess inside. Give them a sense of pride to make it easier. Let the children's laughter remind us how we used to be. I decided long ago never to walk in anyone's shadow. If I fail, if I succeed, at least I'll live as I believe. No matter what they take from me, they can't take away my dignity. Because the greatest love of all is happening to me. I found the greatest love of all inside of me. The greatest love of all is easy to achieve. Learning to love yourself is the greatest love of all. And if by chance that special place that you've been dreaming of leads you to a lonely place, find your strength in love. Thank you.
Woo-hoo! Ladies, can you just tell us a little bit about yourselves, your name, your school? You did a wonderful job, and thank you so much. I think part of what we do here, we want to set examples and try to help people find that love, especially our young people. So thank you for coming here and setting the tone for us this evening.
Hi, my name is N.J.S.A. I'm 15 years old, and I'm a sophomore at Montclair High School.
All right.
My name is Talia Sisti. I'm also 15. I'm a sophomore at Montclair High School as well.
Woo-hoo! Thank you. Thank you very much. Did you get them in? Did anyone receive the minutes from the last meeting? I didn't see mine immediately, so, okay.
No, Mayor.
All right, thank you. So at this point in time, we're going to move down to the presentation, 2023 audit report for the Township of Montclair.
Excuse me, Madam Mayor, I have a question.
Yes.
Maybe the clerk or Mr. Lapola can answer this. The audit report, the packet that was delivered to us, it said it would be discussed at the September 24th meeting.
I was asked to have
sorry,
it here
thanks.
for tonight's meeting. And we need to take the roll call.
Okay, thank you. Madam Clerk, would you please do the roll call?
Deputy Mayor Anderson,
Here.
Counselor Birmingham,
Here.
Counselor D'Amato,
Here.
Counselor Lockman,
Here.
Counselor Toller,
Present.
Counselor Williams,
Here.
Mayor Baskerville.
Present.
Mayor,
Yes, I'm sorry. Counsel-
Just to help us next time
Counselor
with the
D'Amato?
minutes, can I maybe suggest that we divide up reviewing the minutes? I've already started on the 11th at some time ago, and I will finish that one. I mean, I don't know what the process is. We all have to vote on it, but I think it would be useful if one of us, each of us, could attest to having, looked at it closely and maybe reviewed the video. Is that a good solution?
I don't know what your ask is or what you're suggesting.
Well, what's preventing us from approving the minutes? She
From-
said, the clerk said she did send them to us. And I know that, I think we are sitting on June 11th.
may I, Mayor?
Yes.
Yes, the June 11 minutes had already been tabled. They were first provided and listed on the 17th of July, if my memory serves me, to allow the governing body members an opportunity, enough time to review the video.
Right.
When I sent them a second time, I included a link to the video.
we
So all the minutes that are listed on this agenda have been provided to you. In addition, bond counsel is looking for a copy of those approved minutes from June 11. And I said that
Correct,
in
so
the-
we approved those.
You weren't
ma'am.
here. No, I thought we did.
No, you didn't, because you were not, you were not seated then, so you deferred it, you tabled it, and we brought it up again, and you said no, so it's never been approved for the 11th.
I thought,
Let's just approve them again.
We did.
So, no, so we can be clear, at this point in time, then, you're waiting for us to approve the June 11th minutes.
Yes, Mayor, in addition to July 30 and August 13.
So just a question, were those July 30th and August 13th included in today's packet?
Yes, ma'am.
No, they weren't. I didn't get them.
Okay,
Nor
if you
did
would
I.
like for me to resend the email, I can, but I assure you that all of the minutes listed here were provided to you. But I
Not
can
in today's
resend it.
packet. It's okay, and
Okay,
we
so
can
we'll
look
hold
online.
this for now, and we'll move on, and we will, before the meeting is over, we'll make a suggestion, either that we table that until the next meeting, or if people want to look up the email. They
If
haven't
it's
had a
very
chance to
helpful,
read
the
them.
manager said for the June 11th minutes, which is before our time.
Right.
I have looked at some of those. I don't believe I completed it. It was a while ago.
I looked at them.
And I think so.
Yeah, and some of
And
us
he
were
needs
here.
it for
Some of
bond
us were
counsel.
at that meeting, myself, the mayor,
Yeah,
Susan.
you were there.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you, so.
Because I watched the video and you were in it. So, but I thought we came back in August and approved it, which is what we remember. And I don't think you were here, which is,
Right.
but we can always approve them again if we have to.
We did approve them.
Mayor,
Yes, sir.
so why don't we just approve them now, June 11th? Now,
Again.
yes.
Okay, no problem.
So that we're 100% sure, because I will have to go back and watch the video of the other two meetings to see which one I know it was brought up again, I just don't remember what the vote count was. Okay, so why
So
don't
at
we
this
go
point in
ahead
time,
and-
we're going to,
move those.
I move that we vote to approve the minutes from the June 11, 2024 meeting.
I second.
Second.
Roll call vote, please, Ms. Clerk?
Deputy Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham,
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato,
Yes.
Counselor Lockman,
Yes.
Counselor Toller,
Yes.
Counselor Williams,
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville.
Yes. And so at this point in time, we're going to move on to the presentation, the audit report, the
Mayor,
township.
may I ask you a question? Shall we, if we have a question during his presentation, should we ask it? Or do you want us to wait until he's all done and then ask questions?
I'm going to
Which
let
would you
him
prefer?
introduce, right, I'm going to allow him to introduce himself and let us know what he's going to do. And then at that time, I will ask him what his preference is, and I'd like to adhere to whatever your preference is.
Either way is fine. My name is Greg Katzer. I'm with Suplee Clooney Company, and I'm here to present the 2023 audit report. There's 3 sections of the audit that I'd like to go over. The first one's the financial section. The second one is our single audit section, and the third section is our comments and recommendations. The first section, the financial section, the mayor and council have copies of the report?
Yes.
Okay. So if you were to turn to page 1, you'll see our opinion on the financials. The purpose of our audit is to give an opinion, and there are one of a few opinions we can give during the audit. And what the township is striving for is an unmodified opinion based on other comprehensive bases of accounting, which we call OCBO, it's the initials. And the township has achieved an unmodified opinion based on the financial statement, which is the best opinion we can give of the various. So I'd like to thank the finance and administration for providing help to us, and they're keeping the records in a form that allows us to give an opinion of an unmodified opinion.
Can I just ask a question?
Sure.
An opinion about what?
On the financial
Oh,
statements.
about what? About the financials? About what, though? That they all are, tell me what exactly you're looking for.
What we, do you want to help
Yeah.
out here?
So our opinion is based on, our audit is, are the financial statements materially misstated or not? And after we do all of our procedures, we render an opinion that the financial statements are free of material misstatement or they're not. In this case, you have the best opinion. In our opinion, they're free of material misstatement, so the financial statements are fairly stated.
So they're free of mistakes, in other words?
Yeah, material misstatement.
Thank you.
Anything else at this time?
Well, there will be.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's fine. I'm just thinking.
Yeah.
If you turn to page it says Township of Montclair, it's the current fund balance sheets. These are your analysis of surplus, and at this point, you're in a good, healthy fiscal shape going into the 24 year. The financials are as of 23. You're maintaining your surpluses for your current fund, your trust funds, your water utilities, sewer, and parking utilities. So as of December 31st, the financials statements are, and the amounts are in good fiscal shape at this point.
So I have a question about that sheet one,
Okay?
what you're just looking at. I think you have an incorrect reference under the grants receivable. You have A15 as your reference, and I think it should be A26. So I would be more comfortable if you just went back and double-checked all your references, since I immediately found one that didn't seem to be correct.
If you want to, if there's a list or something besides that you want to give us, we can definitely go back.
I'm not looking at everything.
Okay.
I mean, I
We'll-
just
we'll-
happened
we'll-
to pick this out, and I hope that you will just make sure that this is corrected.
We'll check that.
And that there's any other corrections that may need to be done.
Will do.
I got it. I don't know. Yeah, I'm looking at mine, and mine agrees to what's in mine. So I
Well-
mean, if you'd like to sit down in the future, I don't have no problem with you going over things, so.
It says A15, and my A15 is something else. I'm happy to return my book to you so you can see what I've asked.
Okay,
Yep.
all right, very good. Is there anything else on that page, or?
So I do have another question about your first page, when you're talking about the independent auditor's report. Is this done at arm's length from the CFO? Like you go and you ask for things, or do you work with that person?
I mean, we said we work with them. We asked, they provide us the financial statements, and then we do our audit procedure on those financial statements.
On your own? There's no
Yeah.
guidance or anything?
We say we require, follow audit guidance, and we also follow the requirements of audit, which is the basis of accounting that this is done on.
Yeah, but it's independent.
Yes.
And are you a specialist in municipal auditing?
I would say we are, yes.
Okay.
How many
gonna jump to the
municipalities do you
single-
represent? Auditing
We
this year?
do a little over 60 municipalities.
And this is the first time you're doing Montclair's?
Correct.
Yes.
Yep, okay.
I'm going to jump to.
Just a question, did you
Yeah, I was
review
gonna-
the prior audit, the 2022? Did you cursorily review that at all, or?
Yes, we did.
You have to, yeah, okay.
If you have any more questions on the financial, please ask, because I'm going to jump to the single audit section.
Well, I do have a question on A1. I just want to understand this. I mean, accounting wasn't my favorite subject in school. Is excess revenue, is that also our surplus, or what is that?
Well, your surplus is made up of any excess revenues, then if you also lapse your appropriations. Those are the two biggest factors that create surplus for you.
Okay, so our surplus used to be, we used to try for a $10 million surplus? Is that correct, that we'd like to have that on our balance sheet? I thought that was something that came up during the budget process, and we had to reduce that because of the payment of our
Well,
$1 million settlement.
It wasn't 10 million, it wasn't 10 million before that. I would think
wasn't?
8 point something, actually.
Well,
Or 9, it wasn't 10 for.
In 21, the balance was 14 million.
yeah,
In 22, it was 18.7, and at 23, it was 18.225.
okay,
Yeah, fiscally, you're in good shape.
thank you.
Councilwoman, do you have any, because I'm going to jump to the single, so if you have any other questions within the financials, please.
Oh, I do. Can
Yeah.
I keep going? Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, keep going.
Okay, so on page 8A2,
Those are
you-
your revenues.
what?
Your revenues you're looking at?
I am looking at, yes, revenues. So
Okay.
I believe the American Rescue Plan, that's the Biden Rescue Plan, right? We got $2 million, correct? Something like that, 2 million?
2 million
A little over
18.
2 million,
18.
yeah.
What was that spent on?
It was used to offset salaries.
So if we hadn't received that money, would have been in the hole for $2 million?
Well, you would have had to raise the money on it from a different
From
source.
a tax, so that effectively.
Taxes, surplus, yeah.
Oh, our surplus, yeah. So that effectively went into our general funds, and it wasn't set aside for anything special to do with COVID relief?
Correct.
Did other towns do that?
Yes,
I would say majority of towns use police salaries.
correct, right? You used
For
different salaries.
police salaries was the main, but what we saw amongst most of our municipalities.
Police
Some places did capital infrastructure, but for the most part, it was salaries and wages.
So if we hadn't the $2 million, those salaries and wages would have remained flat, or they would have come out
Well,
of some
no,
other
it-
pocket, some other pocket?
Probably
You
would
would
have come out
have
of
had
some
to
other
get it from
pocket.
somewhere else, yeah.
I think initially it was used, the first year or two was used for parking, because there was no revenues, and then it was used for salaries in the last year.
Sure, yeah, yeah.
Yes.
You might want to stay there, because
I
I'm sure you
certainly
might
will
have some
allow
other
you
questions.
to step forward and address that.
Oh,
Thank you.
Thank you for allowing me. Thank you. We received $4 million, 4,018,000 approximately, and that is for 2 years. We divided it up into 2 years. First year, half of it is first year. Out of the half, the first year, $800,000 is given to parking utility, because right after COVID, parking utility was the most hurt of all. There were no revenues to manage their operations, so we used that for the parking utility. In the first year after COVID, we also lost some revenues, so to replace, kind of a replacement of that revenues, we used this other 1.2 million. And last year, we used the rest of it. What happens is either you can do it, either you can set aside to do any capital project, or you can use it as part of your operations. As the federal government allowed it to use it as offsetting revenues. So we use it for revenue loss. If it was not used, we have to go into the regular operating revenues, either tax revenues or non-tax revenues. This is kind of, you used it like non-tax revenues. We used that. So any leftover of additional revenues that we collect, that becomes fund balance.
Yep.
Any additional.
Did you have to apply for it and say what it
Yes.
was for? You did?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
thank you.
Just very quickly on that, the parking utility.
Counselor D'Amato?
Sorry, is as a self-liquidating entity.
Yes.
It
Yes.
Could that be considered a loan?
Yes, we can take it back from the parking
Thank
utility
you.
if you are thinking of that, yes.
And just to be clear, the 2024 budget, the COVID money was already gone. So
Yes.
that was part of the
Yes,
struggle
it's
this
all
year.
gone.
Yep.
So before this ARP money, there was a CARES Act funding that was also federal government gave it. It's right after COVID. That money is clearly, completely, it is for COVID-related activities. But this American Rescue Plan money, they did not put that kind of a restriction. It is basically because all towns are losing revenues because there was a big lag, so they allowed us to use as a revenue loss. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Did you have a planned format for how you were going to do this presentation? Or this is how we were just going to do it in your mind when you were coming here?
Well, my
Is this
plan
the
was to-
format, letting everybody just answer questions, or were you going to go through
The
certain
plan was
things?
to finish and then answer any question, but I have no problem doing
Okay,
it
then,
this way.
no, I would like, if you're going to do that, for you to finish your presentation, and then we can all ask questions at the end of the presentation.
You prefer that way? That's-
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome, thank you. So getting on, the second section is the single audit section. When a municipality expends funds in over $750,000 in federal or state funds, we have to do extra work, and it's called a single audit and the single audit is grant money that you spend during the year. So in the Township of Montclair, there was the ARP funds that you spent, and you had Section 8 funds that you spend that are in excess of in total. So we tested those two grants as part of our single audit testing. And as part of the single audit, we give two opinions. One is our uniform guidance, and similar to the financials, the opinion on the uniform guidance based on our testing of compliance and internal controls, we were able to issue an unmodified opinion. And the same with the second opinion is called our government auditing standards, and that's based on test of compliance and in controls. And we were able to give an unmodified with some exceptions, which are our findings and our comments and recommendations, which is the third section of the report. So our comments and recommendations are found on page 72. I'd just like to go over, there are 5 of them. The first one is that all vendors over the bid threshold be approved by the council. Per our conversation with the purchasing agent, the situation is the process being corrected during 24. So I believe that the issue is being resolved as we speak. The second recommendation is that the court disbursements be made to the appropriate agency on a timely basis as required by the administrative office of the court. The courts have to disperse monies by the 15th of the subsequent period, and of the 12 months, there were 4 instances where they were not. So we put a recommendation in about that. The third one is that the court and the police department coordinate a procedure to return unassigned traffic tickets in order to keep better track of the tickets. As of our audit date, there was over, I believe, let's see, hold on, excuse me.
982.
There was over 950 tickets that were assigned and not issued at the time. So there's all these tickets out there that need to be coordinated between the police and returned so that the tickets are issued in a timely manner. The fourth recommendation is that cash receipts for the fire, police, and planning zone be turned over to finance department within 48 as required by state statute. When we did our testing of deposits, we noted that these 3 departments were late in turning over their money to finance, so we have a recommendation. In some cases, it was as small as 5 days, and in some cases, it was up to 3 weeks, so we put the comment. And the last one is that different individuals perform different tasks in order to segregation of duties and functions. You don't want to see the same person doing the same thing. In the departments, you want to segregate the duties, that so someone will do the ordering, someone will do the verification of what they ordered and paid. And that's all I have.
A little bit about your test case, and also, I think this was the first time we tested with the public, or members of the public got letters about uncertain, and their dealings with the town, et cetera.
With the confirmation process?
Right.
One of our audit processes, we send out confirmations to the taxpayers for regular taxes, delinquent taxes, water delinquent taxes, sewer taxes, and sewer delinquent taxes. And one of the taxpayers received a letter saying that they owed money. And when they confronted finance, we got together, and they were thinking that they owed money on tax, and it turns out they owed water tax. And when we discussed it with the citizen and we explained what had happened, they agreed with us, and they thanked me for getting back to them, I guess is a good way to say it. And we had a good communication with the public, so it worked out well, the process.
How many of those did you do?
We did 125, I believe. Let me just.
They're a little more of a problem nowadays because we send them out to the public. It's good audit evidence for us to get back, but everybody in the public nowadays is kind of thinking everything's a scam. So we don't get as many responses as we get them back. So when we actually do get a response, we're actually kind of excited.
People think some people will call and say, is this a scam? Because they don't know, because they don't realize the letter. And I believe they called your office once or twice, and it's legitimate. And we emailed the one individual, the citizen who actually emailed us. We actually got back and talked to them, and they thanked us for explaining things to them. So it worked out well.
And how many employees do you use in your test?
How many people do we send them out to?
No, your municipal employees.
Oh, you testing the salaries?
Right.
We tested 25 employees for salary. What we do is we go through this whole process. We look at the taxes and if they're paying their GTL and
employee benefit contribution.
benefit contributions, the pensions. So we go through this whole list of tests and make sure that there's no overpayments to people. Now, we do a sample, so we don't pick up everyone, but the ones we do, we bring to the attention of the finance and go through things and clear things up, so.
Are you, does that complete your presentation and you're ready for questions at this
Yes, I
time? Okay. At this time, council will entertain any questions, and I will recognize you and call on you, and then that's how we'll decide who's going to ask the question next. Is anybody prepared at this time and have a question? Councilor Toller.
Thank you. I'm looking at your B13, the Township of Montclair Trust Fund. Did your firm do an audit on the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, or is that included in this?
That's all included.
That is
with it.
included, and you agree that everything is up to date and
Correct.
matches? Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Anyone else?
Yes.
Councilor D'Amato?
If you might elaborate a little bit on your first recommendation. First of all, the language is a little confusing for me.
So basically, what we'll do is we'll get a vendor history, and we'll pick anybody over the bid threshold, and we want to make sure that it's being awarded properly by the council. And I think in our testing we noted that there was you guys did state contracts and co-op bids that were not formally approved by you guys in the minutes. Now, sometimes we run into problems where we go through the vendor history and there's vendors being paid over the bid threshold and they don't have a state contract or they don't have a co-op contract. They were just incorrectly, they should have been bid or that. You guys did state contract, you did a co-op, you just didn't do a formal resolution, and we believe you should be doing a formal resolution when you're paying somebody over the bid
Well,
threshold.
we weren't here in 2023.
Well, I apologize for that.
Is there, do you know the rough aggregate amount that was overbid?
There were 7 items that, of the 25 we tested.
And do we know do we know the amount over?
I don't have it. in
We-
front
Can
of
you
me.
take a
either-
guess? I
can
won't
get-
hold you to it.
Excuse me?
Just a ballpark guess?
Well, if the bid thresholds are over 44, I mean, you're talking at 7 at minimum.
So
would
at
be
least
over
$300,000.
Can I just follow on that?
Councilor Lockman?
That's not what this says, though. This says your recommendation is that not all vendors over the bid threshold be approved. That's not what I think you want to say.
Yeah, you're right.
I am right,
Yes.
yeah, so
No,
I think
don't
you need to
disagree.
change that language,
Yes,
yeah.
it will. I crossed, it's been fixed. I just got to get you.
The math kids are usually not the English kids. It's not the same
Yeah,
people.
vocabulary is not our expertise, I apologize.
I'm sorry.
But the purchasing, the QPA has been working on this, and the remaining contracts that are not in compliance are just multi-year contracts, but as they come up or they're renewed or we rebid, we're solving this problem, and that number's going down. That's a historic thing, so.
Manager Lapola, did you wish to extrapolate? Do you have anything else that you'd like to share with us at this point in time regarding this?
No, Mayor.
Okay. Anyone else?
Yes, go ahead, Eileen.
Councilor Birmingham?
So in terms of the cybersecurity, you have a comment here on where you just say, we suggest, this is page 71. We suggest management continue to assess risks related. Do you see gaps or, I mean, I don't want to put it out there to the universe, but
That was not as part of their recommendations. That was. from the-
Manager Lapola?
Sorry, Mayor. That was inserted here at the request of the CFO.
okay.
There was an issue last year,
Yes.
as you were aware.
Yes, okay.
So
And
that's-
we are seeing it in some of our other towns, so it's a comment, it's not really a recommendation, but
We just want you to be aware that there's a potential out there.
Okay, so you didn't do an assessment, you're just
not a separate.
saying
you
a
know,
general
yeah, just like I
comment.
said, just overall,
Okay.
we've seen.
It's just
we've
to
seen
make you
issues.
aware. I know you weren't here at the time.
Okay.
Just more of a, be aware.
Councilor Toller?
I just want
I
to
do,
follow
but-
up on this.
Excuse me.
Are you-
Excuse me. Councilor Toller, did you wish to ask a question? Because I know you had one at the other time.
I did, but
Okay,
I
do
wanted to.
you wish
make-
to-
I
do you wish now?
I do,
Okay.
but I wanted to ensure that Councilor Birmingham finished her questions.
Are you, do you have more of a
I
question?
have one more
And-
Go
question,
ahead,
but.
dear.
Please.
Wait, sure.
Okay. So
This is really crazy.
you have a comment on page 69 where you say, this is related to the bidding about records do not provide for an accumulation of payments for categories for the performance of any work or the furnishing or hiring. So just to be clear, in terms of when you're doing this audit, it's not within your scope of work to see if anybody, to figure out if people have underbid contracts, is it? That's
No,
not within your scope?
That's kind of like a standard language in every audit
Yeah.
report you've ever seen, because no computer system that we've come across will kind of track, okay, well, how much have you spent on just cars? You
Yeah.
know, everybody just kind of has a vendor history. So the accounting guys kind of make us put that out there, say, listen, just to let you know, we can't check all that. So it's more of just a forewarning that, we don't have the ability to do that.
Okay, thank you. I'm good for now.
Anyone else wish to ask a question at this time? Counselor Toller.
Thank you. My question is a three-part question, so hopefully I can get it all out. The first question is, what would zoning submit a cash receipt for? The second question is if you can just, I guess, educate the council on what the state law is for vendors and contracts regarding thresholds. Or if you can't do it tonight, perhaps supply us with an email with the breakdown of what, the threshold would be, and if it's over X number of dollars, what we're allowed to go over, if at all. And then the third thing is you said 7 of the 25, which is about $300,000. Can you give us a breakdown of those vendors where you saw a repeat, if you will, overage in paying? Or do you know that off the top of your head?
I don't know off the top of my head, but I can send it to the clerk. and
Thank you.
She'll forward to you. That work?
That's fine.
All right.
And in regards to the thresholds, 17.5 is if you don't have a QPA, qualified purchasing agent, anything over 17.5, you'd have to bid. 44,000 is the usual limit if you have a QPA that, the town council has to set that limit. You're allowed to go up to 44. Most of our towns go up to the 44 because it's more prudent to get along with the purchasing, but those are the thresholds. And then I said, you can go in between there if you wanted. We only really see either 17.5 or 44.
Right, so again, if a vendor submits something for 44, the state allows them to go either over 10 or 20% if something should arise on their end?
No, you're supposed to bid that.
No, I'm saying if they submit their invoice, what does the state allow a vendor to go over the threshold? Is there a state law that says X
Well, no,
percentage?
it would kind of go to the whole, bidding, where if you were to contract somebody for $42,000, and then you all of a sudden, he upped it, another $10,000 or $5,000 over that bid threshold, you're technically supposed to not pay him that. You're supposed to go out and bid that.
Okay, just
And
wanted
they
to
said,
make sure.
if those are called like window contracts, and sometimes it happens where in the beginning of the year, you may buy $42,000 worth of tires, and you think you're done for the year. Then November comes around, you're really technically supposed to go out and, bid that extra portion.
Thank
And it does happen once in a while.
Thank you for your clarification. I look forward to your email responses.
Sure.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Shin Anderson.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have two questions, and maybe some of the questions can be answered by Mr. LaPola. Just in terms of the recommendations that really have to do with procedures. I was just wondering what the status is of the SOPs that were recommended, the procedural, gaps that you found.
Well, I wouldn't know.
Michael handle.
Okay, we have to develop a corrective action plan on those points, and everyone who was mentioned there, I have the report from the municipal court. We've talked about some of the cross approvals, et cetera, so by the time you vote on the next one, you will have the plan to consider.
We will have the plan before
Yes.
we vote, okay. Thank you. And I just have one other question. So I was just wondering if you know what actual impact these findings had on like the finances, or if any, for 2023?
They were more compliance in nature.
Okay.
So there was no missing money, no money posted to the wrong spot. This is more New Jersey compliance.
Okay, thank you.
With the statutes, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I
Councilor
have a
D'Amato?
technical question, just on the balance sheet. Deferred charges to future taxation, if you could explain that, and the decline in the funded.
Are you looking at the general capital?
Yeah, the general capital fund, yeah. Sorry. Sheet C.
Basically, those two numbers are, talking about your capital ordinances as to, what you funded and what you've not funded yet. So when you pass a capital ordinance, you may pass a capital ordinance for $100,000, 5,000 of it may be money you have on hand from the capital improvement fund, and 95,000 may be unfunded. So that kind of tracks how much you guys have funded your capital projects so far. So you're unfunded, you're gonna have to raise at some point.
So if you look, you have $86 million in the balance. What that's made up of below, the general serial bonds of 43 million, the school serial bonds, 42, the environmental infrastructure of 55, and the Green Acres loan of 276.
So basically,
add those
that's
items
a
up.
breakout between what you guys have either funded yourself or have bonded, and that the unfunded portion is money that you have not fully bonded yet.
I'm sorry, can you refer to
Councilor
the page you're
Lockman?
looking at?
This is the Exhibit C.
C in the
Exhibit C.
C what, 15?
No, just the C.
C,
C, okay.
in the front.
All right.
And I apologize for, these pages aren't numbered in the front. This is following the requirements of audit that the state makes us follow, and they don't number the pages for whatever reason. Why, I don't know.
Maybe.
May I jump in? It's a layman's term, that's the easiest way to explain, because I used to teach in Rutgers, so this is how I explain. So deferred charges to future taxation funded, where you see this $86 million, that should be equal to on the
No,
bottom.
I am not with you, so show me where I'm supposed to be here.
That's
I'm on
page-
C.
Mind if I come up?
Sheet C, yeah,
Sheet C.
right here, yeah. $86 million funded,
So that's made up of these 2, 3, 4. If you add them up.
they had 86,
Yeah.
right. And
That-
unfunded
The
is,
26 is the 20 down,
okay,
and it's in the back.
okay, and,
It's
all right.
hard.
So I just had another question for you. If you go to C16, you see school funding.
42 million?
Yes.
Okay.
Is that in addition to the 188 bond that they just floated for the school, or what is that?
This is not on our balance sheet at all.
Yeah.
This is our retiring, running down type 1 school debt, which we are
okay.
extinguishing.
I got you. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so the
You guys were,
Yeah.
broke away from being a type
Yeah.
1.
Yeah, so that was
Yeah,
my
that's-
actual.
that's what- that'll eventually go away.
Terrible idea.
Okay, thank you.
And,
188 is not on our.
I got you, but the 42 million, you're retiring the debt that we had.
So the
incurred
change in
previously.
these numbers also reflects the extinguishing of some of that debt.
Right,
Is that
yeah.
correct? Okay.
Yes.
Right.
So coming back to what is deferred charges to future taxation funded, all that jargon means, that should be equal to, that $86 million should be equal at the bottom to the amount of bonds or loans with a strict schedules attached already found. That should equal to that. Deferred charges to future taxation unfunded should equal to, it's gone, should equal to the
you-
notes, temporary notes of 1-year debt, anything we call it, bonds and notes, bond anticipation notes, it's
Which
called.
the township did not have, so.
Yeah, we don't have it in this case, but we used to have it.
Okay.
And that's one, plus any unissued debt. That means we have the ordinances approved by all of you.
Like Clary Anderson, for example.
Yes.
Yeah.
Exact, correct. Yeah, perfect.
There's a detail of
That's,
that.
we have the ordinance approved, but we did not go out and issue the debt yet. We didn't sell the bonds yet for that.
Yes. Councilor Williams?
So I have a question, but it's not really a financial related question. It's a process, an audit process. You said you audited 60 municipalities. In any of those municipalities, do they have a position that is maybe an auditing function, not a financial auditing function, but to look at processes that make sure that departments are doing or following procedures and stuff in according to
Yeah,
ordinances?
that's usually the term is an internal auditor, and the only one I've ever seen over my career is a big county may have an internal auditor, but for most part, for towns that we deal with, there's not an internal auditor, they just don't have the staff for it.
Can I follow on that question?
Yes, Councilor
Yeah.
Lockman?
Does the county ever have an internal auditor that would also look at municipalities within the county?
No, I mean, they may, if they gave you a grant on something, they may look into that, but for the most part, they're they're too busy auditing themselves. So yeah, no, unfortunately, that's not really an option.
Okay.
Yes, Councilman Birmingham.
I just have a question on, and this is a very basic question. I just want to make sure I'm understanding correctly. In the discussion of municipal debt and when the individual bonds are retiring, you have, in some cases, years grouped together, like 2029 to 2033, and then you have one sum. That total needs to be paid out in those 4 years, and
Because the amount of principal and the interest rates are same, for those years, we just keep the years together.
so wait.
So if you have like 24 through 26, it's, each year would be the million at the percent, or whatever
If the
dollar.
interest rate, he's categorizing on the basis of the interest rate.
And the dollar amount.
So these are
So
all
the-
coupons, right? These are like, let's say we issued $10 million debt. After $10 million, each one is a separate coupon. They call it $1,000 coupon. All these coupons combined, some are like 4% interest, some are 3% interest, some are 2% interest. So when he is setting this up, if you see, and they are the same interest rate, he combined it into one. And also usually in the top line, actually the next year what is due and the year after what is due, and then again at the bottom, they combine the rest.
But, okay, so can you just walk me through on page 24 then, just the school debt? Yes.
Can you give me
In the,
Up top.
The
it
exhibit,
says-
is it a C16, C17?
it's in the,
Oh, you're looking in the
I'm in
note.
I'm looking in
I get there.
the notes section. It's the,
Right up front.
sorry.
I know this is, there's got to be a better way.
It's really,
Notes how the page numbers.
Let me just see what page you're looking at.
I'm looking right here at
Page 30, 24.
24, and it's in the, you have a
in the notes
long
section.
discussion. Yeah, it's in the notes
Notes.
section.
Yeah, it is, which is kind of the middle.
Yeah, notes to financial statements.
It's just for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah, so
There's
the accounting gods, when you're putting these things in the notes, they want you to list out 5 years separate, and then after that, you're supposed to put it in 5-year increments. So that's why we presented it that way. So in 29 through 31, it's going to be a total of $7,755,000 in principal.
That's what I just wanted to
Yeah,
check. So
yeah.
so because the bottom adds up, yes, so that for those 4 years, you have to pay a total of $7 million.
Exactly, exactly.
But not each year.
Right.
Okay,
So next
that's-
year, you'll see 25, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 30 and 31 looped together.
That's just the way the accounting gods want to have it presented. Not very helpful, but.
I'm going to ask a question.
Okay, but just so I'm clear, we won't be paying for each year that much money?
No,
It's the
that's the
total.
total.
Okay.
Yeah.
If you look at the bottom of the column, it's 42 million. If you look at the previous page,
Okay.
it's the same amount.
Yeah,
The total.
yeah, I just wanted to
No, that's quite all right.
be clear on this.
Can I ask?
Counselor
just-
Lockman?
Yeah, related to what Eileen was saying. Do you, I mean, at different times, the interest rates fluctuate. Do you refinance the school debt as well as municipal debt when the interest rate seems appropriate?
Yeah, schools would do that, yeah.
You do?
Yeah.
We have done
We
that.
are doing
Okay.
it. We are doing it.
It's not a
actually.
constant, okay, thank you.
On the same topic.
Yes,
so-
Counselor D'Amato?
Thank you. What are so first of all, this is a pass-through account. We are receiving money from the school district, correct? For these, to retire this debt?
Yes.
It is. So this is, for us, this is actually there's nothing here.
This is not our levy.
What?
It is.
It's part of their
passed on
tax
to
levy.
the
This is
school's
not part of our tax
It's
levy.
added to the school
Yeah.
levy.
But
Right.
it's still a tax being paid by
By
Yes,
people in
by the
Montclair.
residents, yes.
taxpayers, yeah.
However, it
Yes.
is not really, it's not on our P&L.
Right.
But at a certain point, we do want to extinguish this line from our P&L, correct?
Right,
Just
right.
for efficiency's sake. So we would want to refinance if there was some great
That-
offer,
yeah.
but at the same time,
Yes. We
Just-
are doing it actually next
We're in the
month.
process of doing it now.
and then going back out to market for longer-term debt.
Long longer.
I mean, it would extend the life of this debt on our
No,
balance
when you
sheet.
refinance, you have to refinance it within that period.
Okay, excellent, thank you, I understand.
We're
Because-
not allowed to extend it, not meaning like you can't kick the can down the road.
Yeah, because you have here, there's 5% interest you're paying, so presumably you might be able to do better than that.
According to the state rules, the statute, the saving should be big enough for us to refinance. We can't do if it is not achieving a certain percentage of savings.
Can you explain for me, please? I noticed some municipalities are opting to do forensic audits. Can you explain to me when a municipality might want to do that and what information we might get that we haven't gotten in this type of audit?
It rarely happens. I don't think we've ever actually done a forensic audit. It's if you knew something was going on, if you uncovered something that you thought was wrong and you thought it may be deeper than what you guys could find out on your own, then you would hire a forensic accountant to do a deep dive in. We're not sampling things. We are diving into the entire, whether it's the department or whatever it may be, debt or whatever you may be. If you thought there was something wrong, you couldn't really prove that yourself, then you may hire a forensic auditor to say, listen, dive in. We're 99% sure there's a problem here. I'd like you to dive in deeper on this. And there wouldn't really be sampling being done. You would dive in and probably look at everything. And they're quite costly, so that's why they're not done too often.
About roughly, what does that cost?
It would depend on the project.
I think one of the municipalities that I saw recently was about 300,000 or so. Is that, or you just don't know? Because
we had one of our board of eds that we don't do anymore. They were thinking about doing a forensic audit also, and they saw the cost of it and they decided it wasn't worth their time.
Thank you. Yes, Councilor D'Amato.
This is for the purpose of just educating the town, this question, which is that Note 6 includes, I guess, a pro forma description of the expected rate of return in the different asset classes and the allocations of our pension funds.
It's the states.
Yeah,
Should we say that these are, acknowledge that those are unrealistic? It has nothing to do with your audit or our practices, but that in looking at these are probably state accepted figures.
Yeah, you know.
But the long-term rate of return of almost 10%.
Yeah, so the state of New Jersey, they hire an actuary to come up with these amounts, and then the state then hires KPMG to audit these amounts. So it's the best guess of an actuary, certified by New Jersey, and it's also audited by KPMG. So this is, and once again, we don't get involved with this. We just put these in the notes, but I would say this is their best guess. I'm not an actuary.
No.
I'm not a forecaster, but that's why it's in the way it is, and we definitely don't decide whether that's realistic.
And this is the only place it appears. It doesn't appear in the financials, on the balance sheets. In the school boards, they do, because they follow different accounting.
This municipal accounting process in New Jersey is really, really unique. We don't even identify those obligations as real liabilities.
Oh, right.
Mayor, I have a question.
Yes.
Yeah. Just something that popped out at me on page 38, under compensated absences, note 7. It says it's estimated that there's $11,184,604.53 computed internally at 2023 salary rates that would be payable to officials and employees of the township as of December 31st, 2023 for accumulated sick and vacation days, unverified by the audit, but that we had a reserve of almost $3 billion as of December 31st. So I guess this might be a silly question, but is that typical to have as a reserve, and is there any risk of it being exhausted because of retirements and so forth? And
Yes, because of it. See, this 11,184 is technically, if everybody retires on that today, that's what we owe. But generally, people retire year by year, and the older population, they have better benefits, I should say, and they were able to accumulate more sick vacation and it compensated absences. But slowly, because of the changes in laws in 2010, these accumulations, the amount of accumulations are going down. We are not allowed to accumulate those many anymore. So that is going down. Year by year, we pay like we have been paying like recently, the higher number of people, police and fire retired, the more we end up paying. It's like less than $1 million we pay. We have been.
Per employee or?
No.
Oh, okay.
Per year, you mean? Per year? Per year, you mean? Is that
Per
what you're
year or?
Right.
Yeah.
Mayor,
Right, and some
Yes.
years there is hardly any. Usually the public employees, not police and fire, non-civilian employees don't have that many accumulated.
Manager LaPola?
I just want to mention that the law changed in 2010. So if you were hired before, I think it's April 10th, 2010 or something, if you're hired before that, you can receive these large amounts. After that, you're capped at $15,000. So that's the difference. So we are we're right in the midpoint, I think. I think we may have topped half of our employees are now hired after that.
Okay.
But it's just a matter of time as they phase out. But that's the differential. So if you were,
And if they
You know.
use that days, if they go get sick or if they go on vacation, use that, and we don't need to pay, you know.
Yes, Councilor.
Just one more for me. About that, what you were just describing, for the employees hired before 2010, they could accumulate essentially unlimited prior to 2010, but since 2010, they
Right.
they can't.
could
they
Okay.
can accumulate
130 days.
use, but they don't get
But,
paid for it.
okay.
You can accumulate all your sick days and go out if you're sick, but you
Yep.
won't, when you retire, you're capped at $15,000.
Yeah. Great.
And just to clarify, prior to 2010 is not unlimited. There was also a cap.
130-day cap.
130-day cap pursuant to ordinance.
And that gets paid out at their current, like when they leave at 130, they go
Right.
at their
They-
current rate, so even, yeah.
It used to be, Mayor, if I may, it used to be they used to do terminal leave also. So where you would go on a leave of absence and you would still get your salary for a certain period of time. That has also been eliminated by state law as well.
And,
It was eliminated
you are
by
right.
state law, it was eliminated by us
Or eliminated by.
last fall.
Thanks for the
It took us like
clarification,
14
Manager.
years, but it was eliminated.
Anyone else have any questions? No? Okay. Thank you very much. We appreciate you being.
Thank you.
After, feel free to contact me.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank you,
you.
guys.
So at this point in time, we're going to move on to public comment. And
Really helping
I-
this time.
I got a request from, at least from our deputy mayor, to change the public comment from agenda items only to both. Does any of the other council members, do you wish to opine regarding the
Yeah, I would
public comment?
I would second that, that they
Second
can
that.
talk about any topic, yeah.
Okay.
Yes, we put forth an ordinance, I'm sorry, a resolution.
No, I just wanted to know about the motion for this moment to change the public comment from agenda items only. So if that seems to be the will of the council, I'll make a motion to change the public comment to agenda items and other items. Any items you wish to come and discuss with us. Is there a second?
I second.
Okay. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed?
Just one point of clarification, Mayor. Is it for 3 minutes? I think we were proposing
Yes.
3 minutes.
And another point of clarification, Mayor, if I may, is are we eliminating the second public comment at the end of the agenda?
Yes. So I will.
No, that, they're making a motion just for
Yeah,
this,
so-
for this agenda only.
I'll amend the motion to include the elimination of the public comment at the end of the meeting and to notify that we will have a 3-minute maximum on the time that you speak before us.
Can I just suggest for this meeting, because it was on the agenda, like people who are coming and they may have
come
come
later.
late, could we just include it for tonight, if anyone happens to come in for at the end, and then going forward?
That works well.
Okay.
In fact, that was a suggestion that I had earlier. So
Thank you.
I'll amend it to include the 3 minutes, and then for tonight, if people are here and you want to speak now, please feel free to do so. And for anyone that's at home and maybe trying to get here, know that you will be able to have an opportunity at the end of the meeting, before we adjourn for executive session, to also have public comment. And I so move, and all in favor?
Aye.
Hi.
Please, will the first person please come forward and state your name for the record? Have you signed in already? Hi, good
Hi,
evening.
good
Good to
evening.
see you.
My name is Janet Hubert. I live at 5 Ward Place in Montclair. I am coming, I actually don't know how this works. I attended a meeting on September 4th. I am coming in regards to the 400 Orange Road development project.
Meeting what, where, on the zoning board? Was
Yes.
that-
This is
Okay,
a zoning
thank you.
board of
Yes.
adjustment meeting.
Yes. I'm coming to add additional information that cannot be submitted unless it is submitted publicly. And it is against the company doing business as Simon Kelpner, 400 Orange Road. Company is called Sky PMC LLC. Upon doing some research, I found a lawsuit against Mr. Kelpner that I would like to present. These lawsuits are currently active against Mr. Simon Kelpner and his company, one in Miami-Dade County and the other in Hudson County, New Jersey. I live across the street from 400 Orange Road, and perhaps Montclair zoning doesn't seem to care about the strength of character. When I called and asked Ms. Talley's office, what was your vetting process, she informed me that it was only looking at financials. I do believe that Montclair zoning does not care about the strength of character, but I do. Your ethics and your abilities are key to building a safe structure, and your financial honesty is also something that I feel you should care about as well. The security and safety of potential homeowners of these developments will fall right back onto Montclair's inability to vet these shady developers when they do shoddy work and risk the lives of homeowners and devalue my home as well with their deceit. I would like to present these lawsuits to you, copies of them. I have made copies of them, if I may.
Yes.
May I?
Yes. I believe if you give them to our clerk, please, she
Yes.
will make sure we get them. Thank you.
Mayor, may I?
Yes, Counselor Toller?
Thank you, Ms. Hubert. Was that the end of your statement, Ms. Hubert, or did you have something else to include?
Just in closing, I ask that you look at Exhibit A in specifically, where the major allegations begin. It also continues throughout until the end. And in saying that, I know that the expression is whatever happens in Vegas stays in Vegas, but what happens in Miami-Dade also comes to New Jersey, and it is important. Thank you.
Ms. Hubert, just one more question. You have a meeting coming up in November, what is that, the 6th?
We have November 6th for the
Okay.
final meeting.
So if people that are watching at home or people that are here wish to learn more information or come out, then they can come on the 6th. At what time is that?
I hope they do. At 7, I believe it starts.
In
Yes.
the main fire headquarters.
Yes, and I have hired a civil engineer. It's,
September?
we're doing a meeting with the neighborhood on the 23rd of September
Okay,
to talk about what we would like to possibly have there.
okay.
We're having the last zoning meeting on November 6th.
Okay.
I hired a civil engineer as well as my attorney. It's costing me $20,000 to take care and try to fight this. So it's very important to me that this developer be vetted and that you read this lawsuit against him. It is very damning.
Thank you very
Thank you. I
much.
appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Next, please. Good evening.
Eric Payne, 70 South Fullerton Avenue, just once again coming before you about the cannabis issue. Councilor D'Amato has been helping us move that forward and inform the rest of you there. So just want to encourage you, I understand you're probably going to address it second meeting of this month, just to encourage you to move forward with it. You know, this first initial rollout of cannabis in the state is really a kind of a working period. You know, when we bring new things to market, as you all obviously know, it takes time for the growing pains to go through. So that's what we found, us at Night Owl, Cush found that out, and the other awardees found out in the growing process, we need to develop and move forward. That's why we suggested an amendment to allow us to change locations, because it wasn't uncommon across the state for difficulties in getting the location. So a lot of people were having that request in other communities from other networking events that I've gone to. So just wanted to encourage you guys to move forward with that. Hopefully we can get it passed maybe the beginning of October, the second reading, and appreciate your support on that. Thank you very much. As I shared the engineering report with Councilor D'Amato about the previous location, why that made it even more difficult for us to maintaining that. So thank you for your support again, and just to encourage you, expediency, and also we'll have an opportunity to bring our business to market, and also to help with the revenue, the bottom revenue of the town. I personally was raised to when you can have a business that also supports the community and helps the community as well, that's a good thing. So thanks for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, Councilor D'Amato.
Yeah, just thanks for coming up. We are, and I'll thank now our township attorney for really helping move this along, and it's looking pretty good, you know.
Great.
So we're working, yeah.
Great. Thank you.
So have a great night.
Thank you. Knew I liked you, and it wasn't just your name, so.
Next, please.
Sarah Avery, Montclair resident. I met with the mayor and 4 other people last month, and in this meeting, the mayor agreed that I would perform a certain scope of work that included translating the data I collected, exposing CGPH pricing practices, into a PowerPoint presentation for tonight's meeting. On the basis of the mayor's commitment, I invested significant time and effort to write up my findings as a report, then as a PowerPoint, plus met with different groups to run through the slides for timing and content. The mayor's failure to assure the presentation appeared as an agenda item, while multiple agenda items were switched around at the last minute, demonstrates a lack of respect for community members' time. By not firing LaPola, the council continues to enable the pattern of fraud and corruption in this community. I am pursuing multiple avenues to expose the CGPH scam, a really serious problem statewide, because it involves wasteful spending of municipalities' affordable housing trust funds. I may be able to get the AG's office to investigate CGPH's pricing strategy as antitrust, consumer complaint, or even corruption. The pricing strategy has characteristics that could qualify for any of those options. CGPH is a licensed professional planner, and I can file a complaint with the state licensing board for their failure to seek a benefit to the community as a whole in its conduct as an agent representing the Township of Montclair. Approving invoices on the bill list to be paid from the Affordable Housing Trust Fund implicates the council as aiding and abetting with persons known to purposefully fail to comply with the municipality's rules, regulations, policies, and procedures. I have prepared a list of failures to provide adequate oversight for affordable housing trust funds that demonstrates the severity of the problem, and they can be passed out.
Are you finished?
Just waiting to pass out the papers.
Okay, thank you.
I'll take one. Thank you. Or you can give it to the
So
clerk. She'll
I'm
give it
going
to you.
to
respond to that because there's information that was given out that is not accurate, and I'm very happy that I see one of the members here that was in there, and it also recalls at that meeting. First of all, I specifically wanted to be a part of that meeting because I did understand that you had information that would be very helpful. And at that meeting, Ms. Toller was there, Mr. Herron was there, you were there, Mr. Scott was there, and I was there. And you did provide information, and I was very grateful for the information. At that time, at the end of the meeting, Mr. Herron asked me what would next steps be for me, and I said to him that I wished to begin to further get information and possibly do a forensic audit. That was my response to him. And at no time did I tell you that I was putting you on an agenda to speak before this body at that time. And so where that's coming from, that's not...
I hope members of the council will address this.
I hope you will let the mayor finish speaking. Thank you. So at that time, that's the only thing that I committed to. And there's a process, and so I know that I wouldn't tell you to come. In fact, the first time that I heard that you were even trying to come to this particular meeting was when Councilor Toller asked me about it. And I told her then that I would need to hear, in fact, she was the person that suggested that we see the presentation before you come to council. And I said, well, I would take a look at it and see what we had. And I never saw anything at that time, and it was not committing to doing anything at that time other than seeing, because it was compelling.
Well,
the
it's too bad that it wasn't
please.
Taped. But
Okay.
frankly, you know that you're lying because Dave Herron was there, William Smith was there, Deirdre Malloy was there, Amina Toller there, and I was there.
Right.
So
Okay.
it didn't happen.
Excuse
you want
me,
to waste
please.
the council's
I listened to
time
you. I listened
arguing
to
over
you.
this when there are
You're the person.
papers
I
that have
listened
to
to
be
you when you were
passed
finished,
around.
and I was not finished speaking.
All right, go ahead.
So,
knock yourself out.
and yes, I apologize for Deirdre Malloy being excluded because she was there, and I appreciate her. She's always welcome. And I invited specifically Deirdre Malloy and Mr. Scott to be present. And so at that point in time, we were not making whatever this is that you thought we were making you come into this council. There's a
fine.
process,
That's
and the
fine.
process would have included, if we agreed on this, but we did not, would have been something like coming before the Finance Committee to share what you had. And after that, the three people that make up the Finance Committee could have decided together if we thought that there was information that needed to be pursued, and then we would move that information forward to the appropriate, appropriate group so that they can evaluate that and see where we were. Now, just so everyone knows,
it really
and you
doesn't
know,
matter
too, at
because
any
I've
point in
already
time,
stated.
I don't have the authority just to tell somebody to come on in here. If any one of the people here at this council, or two people here at this point in time wanted to do that, it could have happened. And I know that there were other people that were involved too. But I wouldn't do it, and I'd be very reluctant to do it for a lot of reasons. Something happened at the last council meeting, and it was very offensive. Someone put one of our staff members, in a position that was uncomfortable, it was demeaning, it was humiliating. And nobody in these chambers should have to go through that. I signed up for it. And I've been through it, and I'm still here. But I want our employees to understand they don't have to be afraid to come in here. So many employees said they didn't want to come in here anymore after what happened at the last council meeting for fear that they're going to be humiliated and intimidated. There are ways that we can get the information
This
that you
doesn't have
have
anything to
that's
do with what
important.
I
It
just
has
brought
everything
up.
to do with
No,
it.
it doesn't.
There are ways that we can get the information that you have that I told you I was very interested in, and do it in a procedure that is correct and not offensive to people. When we took our oath, we took an oath to protect the people of the community. That includes everybody in this building. And I want them to know they can come in here and they don't have to be humiliated, intimidated, threatened, and harassed, and worse. And so at any point in time before I invite people to come here, and it's not just for you, Other people wanted to come. The seniors wanted to come, the same thing. It is part of the response that I have to come to me, we'll sit down, and I want to see what it is that you're going to present before the council. So it's that simple. And I'm sorry that you decided to say that I committed to something, but that never happened. Thank you for coming. Next.
Mayor, if I may.
Yes, Councilor D'Amato.
So, Ms. Avery, we do have the complaint with a list of allegations. I've looked at it. I don't know that everything on it is true, but I think it's, as somebody who has dealt with investigations and worked as a journalist in many places, it's credible enough that it should be investigated. So I'm not even sure what the process is, but this is not, this is not
Mayor,
red string on the wall.
if I
So,
may.
but I mean, I think we should just end it, we try not to take, the heat down a notch, and I know it's frustrating, when people don't feel like they're being listened to, and sometimes people can get carried away. But what I'm looking at here is something that is, it's worth looking at. It's worth looking at and taking seriously, and let's just do that instead of squabbling about stuff like this, I think. So
Okay.
just look at it.
Attorney Burr.
So, first and foremost, if there are items that are being brought before the council or anyone in the township that requires an investigation, one, I would urge the council, advice of council, to you guys to present that information to the town manager, present that information to the township attorney, and that it becomes privileged and is done in executive session if it's with the entire council, to protect the interest of the township, to protect your own interest from liability from anybody who, if the information is wrong or not factual or improperly accused, that you're not putting yourself in liability as a council and putting the township in liability. So I would say, with regard to a process, Councilor D'Amato, that we handle it internally first, have an investigation completed, notify the appropriate authorities. If it is a criminal matter, that would go to the Essex County Prosecutor's Office, the Attorney General's Office, the Division of Community Affairs, and let them handle that matter directly. What we don't want to do is expose the township to any liability by making false accusations about an employee, a vendor, another company, a third party, without having it properly vetted.
That sounds fine.
If the residents or the constituents are going to bring complaints to you, that's how I believe it should be handled. Otherwise, I would also say to the constituents, to Ms. Avery, you certainly do have your recourse to go to the Attorney General's office, to the County Prosecutor's office, and file a complaint with them to see if they're to do an investigation. You certainly have that right to do that. So that would be the course that I would advise the council to go in.
Thank you. Councilor Toller?
Yes, thank you. To just kind of piggyback on what Councilor D'Amato stated, how do we request if we wanted to do a hearing to look at this investigative report? And before you answer that, yes, I was present at the meeting. There was a discussion, and it seems to be very serious. I'm no forensic auditor. I'm not an investigator, but it just seems to me that our Affordable Housing Trust Fund is being depleted, and we need to take a serious look at some stuff. We really, really do. So I appreciate Ms. Avery. Thank you for submitting the documents that you did. Did you email the council the?
No, I brought hard copies that can be distributed.
Okay, but you said there was a PowerPoint presentation. Did you submit that via email or bring that tonight? No. Okay, so I just want to make sure that if we can get a hearing in place for this at some point in the near future to make sure that everything is copacetic. Is that possible? Is that something we can do?
Well, first and foremost, I think one of those,
After
those
executive
matters
session.
should be discussed in executive session.
Okay.
To point out a comment that the mayor had made, I think if this council is going to have any type of presentation done before it should be voted on by a majority of the members. It shouldn't be done by two. As we move agenda items on, resolutions onto the agenda by a movement and a second, but as bringing up a presentation that the council's request, I think you should have a majority vote on that.
Supermajority, right? What's the difference in a majority? Majority?
A majority is a majority, right, four.
Okay,
Four,
okay.
Right, four
Okay.
of the seven. Or a majority of a quorum, if it's a quorum sitting.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I think it would be that a majority would decide what the process is, not that a majority would have to decide if there was going to be a hearing or not. And first of all, any councilor could have a hearing anywhere out of the curb if they wanted to. But it would be, this is a question of process, and that would be done as a resolution.
Were you
by a
finished,
majority.
Councilor Burr? I mean,
No,
I'm
I was
sorry,
just
Attorney
listening
Burr?
to Councilor D'Amato. I would not advise this council to have an investigative hearing before it without making sure the information that was being provided was thoroughly vetted and discussed, and if it was potential criminal liability or.
I think that's totally fine, but I'm asking something different, which is if we agree as a majority to have a rule about how a hearing happens, whether or not it's, we're just basically would be adding a presentation is all we're talking about. I'm not talking about this particular one and the circumstances around it. I'm saying as a generic thing, we would decide as a body by majority how that works.
You could do that.
Fine,
That
thank
would
you.
be correct.
That's all good.
Mayor, may I just say something very
Yes, Deputy
quickly?
Mayor?
So, I don't know if she's, Miss Avery? Oh, she's here. Okay, sorry. So I want to just thank you for bringing this up, and just anybody who wants to bring information forward. I did not see the report, but I also want to be mindful as well to just kind of follow what Mr. Burr is advising, because part of our job is, yes, our job is to protect the interests of the people of Montclair, and that includes not exposing this township to potential liability. So I would just want to be very cautious. If there is a serious problem with a program or something, the way something's administered, of course I want to know about it, and we can initiate an investigation internally, and we absolutely should do that. But to have a public hearing with that could expose us to liability if we're putting out false information in public, I think that is a very serious thing, and open us up to litigation. So thank you for providing that guidance today.
Yes, Manager LaPola.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to make it clear for the record that whatever conversations were had with Ms. Avery were done without my knowledge, nor should any employee participate in such a meeting or answer even a question without my knowledge. I strongly suggest if that were the case, if anyone were present, it probably would be grounds for dismissal because they know better. But this should not be happening in a shadow atmosphere where these people are involved in providing information, attending meetings, etc.
There were no employees present.
What's
There were
that?
no employees present.
I want to
That's not what
better
my
understand,
understanding.
Well, I was
sir,
there,
what
and I'm
you're
telling you
talking
there were
about
no
in terms of
employees
not
present.
having a meeting. One of our council members called the
Can I
meeting.
have one of those?
And so which part of not meeting with constituents is
I'm not
against?
talking about the constituents, I'm talking the participation of municipal employees, non-elected officials in these parts. Just want to make it
Okay,
clear.
no,
I was
so
not
then maybe-
involved, I just want to make it,
Maybe I didn't make it clear. The people that were present at that time were all the people that I included, and certainly Ms. Malloy was there as well. But the people that I included, the only people, there were no municipal employees at the time, and that was it. So
okay. And the second part of this is despite the fact that I'm an attorney and a former first assistant prosecutor, if there's any allegations of wrongdoing, I strongly suggest that this information can be given to the Attorney General, to the prosecutor's office, to the U.S. Attorney, etc. It is not for us internally to decide if someone is breaking the law, and this is not the first time this person has made this allegation and I've given this advice, but if they think that someone has broken the law, go to law enforcement officials, because we are not, staff cannot make a determination that someone is breaking the law. I'm sure there's numbers they can call, make an appointment, but that's just what it should be. We can't, you can take information and do with it what you will. I'm just saying as staff, we cannot make that determination. That should be made by law enforcement officials. You want to review housing policies and programs, that's all your right to do, and you can do that. I'm talking about specific allegations of wrongdoing, and with all due respect, I'm not passing judgment with the company that does this in 70 municipalities for over 30 years, does federal programming, deals with the courts and affordable housing. So perhaps somebody after all of these municipalities dealing with this company and over all these years, someone here has found some pervasive wrongdoing. Not for me to decide, but I strongly suggest if that's what they say exists, they should go to Newark to see the prosecutor, to the Attorney General, U.S. Attorney, wherever they want to go.
Thank you. Counselor Lockman?
I mean, just for clarity, we're no longer using this firm, correct?
They're here until the end of the year?
Yes, till the end of the year, and
Yes.
then that's it. Thank you.
Yes.
Counselor Toller?
Yes, thank you, Manager LaPola. So again, just to clarify, there was no municipal employee present at that meeting. There's no accusation, from my understanding, against an employee here. It has to do with the payments that are being made to the administrative agent and the amount of payments and how often the payments are made. So that's what this is about, just to clear that up and be on the record. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor Toller. Anyone else? Ms. Vogel?
Hi, Bonnie Fogel. As an aside, I was here for the last meeting, but I left before it was completely over, but I'm going to have to go home this weekend and watch the tape because I have no idea what you're speaking about. The only thing that took place that forced me to leave was I was spoken of and looked at in a very threatening manner by other people who were here who didn't like what I had to say. And I very frankly was concerned. So I don't know what went on, but that was the only thing I experienced. But anyway, I'm here because I don't know the law. I know that other people do and been around. But I was looking through this whole bidding process and this situation with Detweiler Roofing and your process where you got 4 bids and 3 of them were eliminated for different reasons, and you got a bid for something like $279 for Detweiler, and then they gave a revised bid for $88,000, and you're giving them a contract. But it can't be the same job. It's got to be a completely different description of the job. So it's my understanding that that means that it has to go out for another bid because you're just giving a bid to somebody who did not bid on the job, the $88,000 job. So I think that there might be something going on that's really not kosher there that should be looked at. I'm not going to ask anybody here to explain it because, very frankly, some of the explanations really don't make sense to me. And the only thing I want to say, and I want to say this in a way that's not conveying any hostility, but it's just based on my life experience in a lot of different avenues where I've worked and engaged, whether they're educational and medical and all kinds of retail, everything, is that there's a shared belief in the world of employment that when people know that they're leaving a job, they're often, psychologically something happens where there's some kind of like element of sabotage, and their investment is different. And I remember going through this in offices when I thought I was being kind and giving a month's notice instead of 2 weeks, and I was cautioned by someone at a very prominent company. We really, unless it's a person at the highest level, there can always be problems when people know they've got one foot out the door. And that's all I want to say. So have a good night, everybody.
Thank you. And Ms. Vogel, it had absolutely nothing to do with anything that you said at the last meeting, just for clarification.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I thought you made a reference at the last.
Yeah, but it had nothing to do with something you said. It was coming from somewhere else.
No, but I didn't hear anything while I was here. I was here until the end.
Okay.
I didn't experience that.
All right. Thank you for coming. Next, please. Next. Oh,
So, Ms. Vogel? Just so you know, and just to turn the script a little bit here, that I also looked at that same resolution and was uncomfortable with it and the process and the form, and I mentioned it to the manager, and the manager immediately said we should pull it. Oh, good. So, just so you know, that this, you know, on some level.
Three versions of the
Yeah,
agenda in the last
right,
week,
but
so-
when people raised, what, he immediately was responsive and said, we'll take it and look at it again. That's right, this afternoon. So people should thank him.
May I just say
Yes.
something too, in terms of the agenda? The other item that was pulled was this defense and indemnification agreement. Oh, good. And that was pulled because there were some last-minute changes, and the final did not get in until the last minute, so we'd prefer that you have time to look at it. Great, thank you very much. Yep.
Good evening.
Hi, my name's Jim Maxwell. I live at George Street, Montclair, New Jersey. There was just something that stood out to me with the accounting, and that was 960 tickets that were unaccounted for. I would like to know more about that, and they said they did audits to 16 other towns. I'd like to know if that's unusual, that they have that many tickets outstanding. You always see in these shows, like, you know, with that once you start writing a ticket, you can't, you know, rip it up or can't stop. So I would like to know why, you know, there's 960 some odd outstanding tickets. And someone would get back to me on that.
I can
Okay,
answer that.
Manager Lapola,
I can answer that.
thank you.
The overwhelming majority of tickets are generated, each car is equipped with a mobile data terminal. So they enter the information, they run the plate, whatever, you know, whatever they have to find out. And so, and then that ticket is printed through that terminal. What they're talking about now are the old-fashioned tickets. So they're supposed to turn them in, I think it's quarterly, and get a new book. And they have been remiss in turning those old-fashioned written tickets in, which are very rarely used. So that's what that is. And that's now been corrected in terms of those being, you know, the old-fashioned book of tickets. But right now, virtually everything goes through the mobile data terminal. So that's why, and they're if you get a ticket now, it looks like it's printed. This is about those old-fashioned books of tickets where they still use
But are they still in
occasionally.
use? Are those
They're,
tickets?
they're in use, and they will now be turning them in on the appropriate basis. So, but that's what they are. They're
Still
not,
960?
well, if you have 50 police officers each have a book, you're not talking about,
Yeah,
you
they
know what I
they don't
mean?
have to be written tickets, or just
Yeah,
tickets unused? or-
Right, yeah.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, just unused, that's what this is.
Thank you. Next, please.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Iris Oladapo. I live in Montclair, New Jersey, at Hilltop Place. I've been a resident in Montclair 20 years now. I've raised 3 children here, my husband and I. My husband is traveling for work this evening, that's why he's not here with me. On August 23rd, there was a break-in at my home. My husband and I were in the house 4:30 in the morning. Our cars were parked in the driveway, and we were awakened by 3 individuals. We had cameras at the home, breaking down they threw a huge rock through my glass door. Then there was another guy that had a crowbar, and I don't even know what the third guy was planning to do. So from what the police have told my husband and I, there are a number of break-ins in the community, and they're looking to get the luxury vehicles. I had my husband's G-Wagon, Mercedes SUV, my SUV, a Lexus SUV, parked in the driveway. But you know, the police responded after everything happened. My husband ran down the stairs. Thank God he was home and I wasn't there alone. My children are away. I have twins in college. And thank God my children weren't there. They weren't traumatized.
My husband could have lost his life that evening. That's all I continuously think about. And my husband is traveling now. I'm scared to stay in my own home. I've been here 20 years. The taxes that we pay, I don't understand, how residents are going to continue to stay. I'm on the verge of leaving and moving out of my home. I didn't even know, the police did not inform me that my neighbor in December, someone broke into their home 2 doors away. No one, my husband and I were traveling that weekend. No one informed us. The police didn't inform us. Maybe I would have been on high alert if I knew something like this had happened. I'm just here wondering what could be done. There must be something more that the police could do. The best idea I've heard from the police is purchase a dog and have a dog in your home. This is crazy. In December, and you'll hear one of my neighbors speak to this, his home was broken in. Him and his wife were upstairs, and they broke into their home, stole the key fobs, and then they drove their 2 cars off their premises. 2 doors down, and this is just a few months ago. And here we are again with another break-in. So I just wanted to bring this to, your attention, and I'm wondering if anyone could give me an idea of what the police could do about this.
Counselor Toller.
Thank you. First, thank you for coming tonight. And I know that we have a meeting with you guys next week, myself and Deputy Young. So I'm aware of the issues. I'm glad that you're here to put it on record. I'm going to have to rely on our police department to guide and advise us on what can be done for safety for residents. One of the things that I can ask for the township to do is, I know that side of Hilltop is town property, that we keep that area cut, the shrubbery and the bushes there. I've also emailed Manager LaPola about talking to Public Service to get another light installed on the block. Do we have an answer or any information
The
back?
lighting is horrible on that block.
So if we can expedite that for these residents here, Hilltop, Pleasant Way, they are very dark streets, so I understand. I have family that lives around the corner from you. But again, we'll talk some more.
Talk some more.
Again, thank you for coming out. I'm very sorry about what happened in your home, to you and your family. And when Deputy Young and I come and meet with you guys, we'll hopefully have some more answers for you.
Yeah, I'd also like to extend the fact that I am very sorry for what happened also. I was not aware of that. I usually am aware of things, but I'm also a little bit surprised that you told me there was a break-in 2 doors away from your house before that.
In December.
And you were not informed, because I know Hilltop very well. I know a lot of the residents, and I know them as people that come together for block parties and other things. They have a
Yes.
neighborhood watch going on there where they call each other or send emails
So
or
the
texts.
neighborhood, in light of everything that has happened recently, the neighborhood watch has started.
Okay.
But how long can residents keep that up? People have jobs to go to in the morning, and we have, thank goodness, the men on our block, care and are trying to help. But how long? That's not sustainable. How long are they going to, be able to do a neighborhood watch?
Well, neighborhood watch, as I understand it, and I know the Lieutenant Tyrone Williams does a great neighborhood watch meeting with residents, especially in a nice street such as Hilltop. And I know that there's an officer that lives on your street that is incredible and can help you with those things. So it's not something that requires much of anything other than see something, say something. And there should be no reason in this world that somebody 2 doors away from you, their house was broken in, and the whole block and around the area should not know it. So it's nothing that is difficult to sustain. Of course, this is not the end all. I mean, we need to look at all of the things. This is just a small portion of it, and it may have assisted or may have helped people just knowing that something 2 days ago happened, or
Right. I
before.
agree.
So this is just
agree.
one component. I know we're going to be doing a lot of things. I certainly would like to come to the meeting and see how I can assist in any way.
Okay.
But just as a small point, that works. I know we have one down in the South End area near Canterbury Park, and other people of Madison Ave, and it really works.
works.
Could I ask how many people are part of the neighborhood watch? Because I've only heard of 2 men from my block. So who else is, how many people are actually?
You can go through door to door, or you can ask one of the officers if they would help you with that and get the best way probably to get the email or text messages or whatever the group, have a meeting. And I'm sure Councilor Toller can help with that, just in terms of having a meeting, organizing neighbors come together and deciding together what is the best way to communicate this, because I'm sure everybody in and around that area at this point in time wants to know, what can do. And they might all decide, look, this is the best way. If you see something, hear something, text me. Somebody might say, well, no, I want to email. You guys work that out. And it's very simple, and people will be grateful for it, and it does work.
Okay.
Yeah. Councilor Birmingham.
First, I just want to say how sorry I am. That just sounds really scary. And I'm really sorry that happened. And this is really a question for you, Manager LaPola. This is clearly a county-wide and really even much larger problem. But can you, and I don't know if you're in the position to do this, so I'm not tonight, but I don't want to put you on the spot. But just to me, this really seems like we should maybe be getting more from the county in terms of coordination of response and notification of, where the hotspots are. There should be a coordinated effort, in my mind, throughout the county. And I'm just wondering what the status of that is. The county is much.
The chief.
Yeah, it would just be really helpful, because the county is much more resourced than we are. We pay a lot of money to the county. The county has a large law enforcement division. So again, this is obviously not for you. And again, I'm sorry that happened, but I do think we should maybe be looking at the coordinated effort. But thank you for coming. And
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Mayor, Councilor Toller, fellow council members. My name is Roland Hayes Robinson. I am Miss Iris' neighbor. So please let me preface my comments by saying, let us not minimize neighbors sharing. My wife was traumatized. My house was the first house on Hilltop that was broken into. A violent home invasion by 4 youth. One was apprehended, 16 years old. Essex County to this day has corresponded with my family one time. So please don't blame me as a neighbor. That's Montclair PD. That's young men coming from other communities to victimize my family and my neighbor. So don't stigmatize me as a bad neighbor. My wife to this day struggles to sleep. I have a 2-year-old daughter. They both were here and they left. I'm irate. You're more concerned about me as a neighbor, not telling my neighbor that my house was broken into violently. My wife to this day is afraid to sleep. So I don't want your pity or your empathy. I don't need it. But please don't bastardize me as a neighbor. How dare you? I spent 13 years in Boston working with the most at-risk youth in Boston, gang members, dope dealers. I grew up in Bed-Stuy, Brooklyn. It's not just the neighbors. I work for the cops in Boston, the courts. I have friends who are judges. Don't tell me it's just the neighbors. It's the school, it's the parents, it is the community. It's not just me as a neighbor. How dare you? How dare you, council? Do your job. Law enforcement, and I want to commend law enforcement. So let me not bastardize Montclair Police. They were responsive. They were compassionate. Lieutenant Ng, who I believe retired. I went to the precinct and spoke to him for about an hour. His team, they were thoughtful, they arrived on time, but please do not minimize. You have 2 homes. We know this family. We are becoming closer as a result of our shared trauma. So that's trauma. I pray that your home is safe. I pray no one at 4 a.m. in the morning with a dog, really? It's called a 9mm. Get the biggest dog you want.
Let me come in your home with a 9mm and see who wins. Yeah, we are also getting a dog, and I'm doing other things too, to protect my family, absolutely. But the onus is not only on me. We pay taxes here. We vote and pay taxes. It's not just on me. I'm part of that watch, 4 a.m. in the morning. This man here, whose home was not burglarized, sorry. He started a watch 3 weeks ago. Not his home, it was my home. I didn't do it. He did it. But guess what? I join him most nights. He's been doing this every night. This man right here, every night. So don't tell me what neighbors are not doing. How dare you?
Thank you very
Sir,
much.
I thank you, but I please humbly beg your forgiveness if you heard what I was saying in any way accusing you of not doing something or anyone else, because that truly was not. I certainly understand what you've gone through, and I understand, what the after effect is. And so I was just suggesting if there was not one moving forward, but I definitely was in no way suggesting that you did anything in any way wrong or anything like that. There is no wrong. You were traumatized, your wife, your family, and I get that. I get that. And so please, if that's what you heard from me, please accept my apologies. I in no way meant to say that. I was sitting here and I am distraught knowing that my neighbors are going through this and knowing what they are going through. I didn't experience anything that is to the depth of what you had to go through. But I did experience one night someone coming through my front door, and I was able to locate the police in time, and they came down, and that in itself was traumatizing. So trust me, I have some sense. I don't understand it, but I have some sense of what that trauma might be, of how people may not even be able to stay in their home as a result of that. So please accept my humblest apologies, because that was nowhere near. I was just trying to offer something in a situation where I feel helpless.
Madam Mayor,
Thank you. Yes, Councilor Toller.
Thank you. George, I forgot the last name. Yes, I forgot your last. Robinson, that's right. Thank you for being here tonight. As I stated to your neighbor, we've been in email communication. We do have a meeting scheduled for next week, so I'm really looking forward to meeting with you guys in person with Deputy Young, and let's put our heads together and figure out what we need to do. And again, for the record, I'm going to ask Manager LaPola if he could please expedite the lighting situation and see what public service can do to ensure that there's some additional lighting. I don't know if you've ever been on Hilltop and Pleasant over there. It's very, very dark. Very, very dark. And again, the shrubbery on the left side, if we can get our town officials or maintenance guys to go and cut some of that trimming back, the shrubbery, that would help. It's not going to solve anything, but I just want to make sure that something is being done this week if possible. So thank you for being here. I'm sorry about your troubles.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, Manager, Clerk, Town Attorney. John Fierro, Montclair Fire Department. I'm just here to extend an invitation to everybody. On October 5th, we'll be having a fire prevention kickoff block party at Nishawayne Park. I've been working on it with Councilor Toller, and Mayor Baskerville has also mentioned that there's some other events going on a community day. A walkathon for MESH is also on that day. So we had reached out to MESH, and we're going to do a coordinated effort to have everybody in attendance, and we'll have a special area at our function for MESH as well for donations, and then we're going to work together on that. So again, I'm here to remind everybody, October is Fire Prevention Month. Montclair's Fire Prevention Week starts October the 6th. We'll be out in all the schools and communities. We'll be having a barbecue, free for all, funded by the Montclair Firefighters Foundation. We'll have face painting for the children, balloon art, as well as training evolution, some live demonstrations, and some of our apparatus and personnel there to meet and greet. Okay? So,
Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I'm
Looking
so
forward to
grateful
it.
of all of the things that you all continuously do like this above and beyond, and it really helps our community, and so I just want to thank you so much for this.
Thank you. We appreciate all you, okay? Welcome back from summer break.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone.
Good evening.
make this short and sweet. I'm a resident and a homeowner on Maple Ave. I'm looking for support for overnight parking on Maple Ave, which you guys probably have heard. Someone already seen me hand out some paperwork. I've collected signatures for support from my neighbors. Police, engineering, parking. I don't see why they would disagree to the on-street parking, since the street is wide enough, and as long as, obviously, we follow all the rules, whatever other rules, like maybe can't park on the street for snow, or whatever it is. As of right now, so I'm allowed to park every night if I pay $5 a night. So I gotta process the payment every single night. If I forget one night, they get tickets, $35, $5 for the whole month. Every day is like $150, and so you guys know it'll get expensive. And let's see. So I'm asking why not allow me to get a monthly permit to park overnight on Maple Ave if everyone's okay with it. So just asking for your support, because ultimately it comes down to you guys, the council members, the mayor, and yeah, that's all. Thank you, guys.
Sorry, Mayor, is it Mr. Dominguez, right?
Raphael,
Rafael
yes.
Dominguez, okay, thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Excuse me, Mr. Dominguez, may I? Did you have something? You can
Yes,
go.
ahead.
No, I just wanted to say that we have a subcommittee called Mobility that deals
I was
with
there.
parking, and that subcommittee will be looking at your request.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
When will they, is there like a certain time they will hold a meeting for that, so I
So-
could show face over there too?
So the committee members are myself, Councilor D'Amato, and Councilor Birmingham, and we are in the process of scheduling our first meeting. And this is one of the items that we were going to discuss, because we've not only gotten requests on the same topic from you, but from residents in other areas of town. So we're going to talk about it and figure out, how to best address them
Also,
as a
it's not
whole.
going to be a public thing, no.
Pardon me?
First it's going to be among you guys,
Among,
and
yes.
then
Yes, exactly.
maybe public. Okay, I'm signed up for all the emails and texts, so if something is public, I'll probably receive a message on it.
Sure.
So, all right. Anything else, guys?
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Toller.
Yes, thank you for being here. If you could email all of us and just do a count for me. I know the count, but perhaps the people in the Mobility Committee may need it. I live on Woodland, so I understand your frustration on Maple.
It's been rough. I paid a lot of tickets.
I get it. I
Yeah.
understand. Many of the homes on Maple don't have a driveway, correct?
Yes, I'm
Just
affected.
like
I'm
on
one of
Woodland,
those.
there's many without a driveway. So I'm saying this out loud so that those on the Mobility Committee understand that your issues that you're bringing to us is very different than issues in other parts of the Fourth Ward where homes have driveways.
Yes.
Just as a side note, I've been in conversation with our county commissioner who lives here in town. We haven't had a meeting yet because he had COVID, but we're having a meeting hopefully in the next week or two because I want to talk to him about using Glenfield Wally Choice overnight for some residents. Now, I don't know what the Mobility Committee is going to bring back, but whatever I bring back from Commissioner Gill, I'll share with them and let them implement what they think is best. But I thank you for your letter and your petition.
What did you want me to email to them exactly? I'm sorry.
The number of homes without driveways.
Number of homes without driveways. Okay.
Thank you.
Let me write that down.
Yep.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
Next.
Hi, good evening. My name is Michael Zimbalist. I've lived in Montclair for 30 years. I'm here tonight to advocate for ranked choice voting. I'm hoping that we can add Montclair to the growing list of New Jersey towns who have adopted resolutions supporting ranked choice voting in local elections. Most of you, I assume, are familiar with ranked choice voting already. It's also called instant runoff voting, in which voters rank each candidate in order of preference rather than selecting a single candidate. Ranking all the candidates gives our voters more power. It eliminates the all too common situations where voters feel that their vote would be wasted if it's cast for a candidate who has no chance of winning. And because every candidate seeks to rank highly, it minimizes negative campaigning, which can alienate the electorate. Outcomes of ranked choice elections favor moderation over extremism and are more equitable because the winner always reflects the majority. Ranked choice voting will become an option for local elections in New Jersey once Trenton passes a bill called the Municipal and School Board Voting Options Act, which is sponsored by State Senator Andrew Zwicker. Hoboken, Jersey City, Red Bank,
Princeton, and Maplewood have all passed resolutions committing to a referendum on ranked choice voting upon passage of the Zwicker bill by the legislature. And I'm hoping we can add Montclair to that list. And I thank you all for considering this.
Thank you. Yes.
If I can, real quick, do you know
Yes.
the bill number?
I can get that for you. I can send it.
You can send that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Councilor D'Amato.
Mr. Zimbalist, thank you very, very much. He's exceedingly modest. He has done a lot of work on this and has helped me to make a model resolution based on the other towns, which will answer that, and I will pass it around. I did circulate to all of you earlier last month a desire to take a look at this, and this is happy stuff. This is the good stuff that we get to do that is good, so I'll pass this around if you want it, and we can look at this for
Councilor
a later
Toller
meeting.
and then Councilor Lockman.
Thank you. Thank you for your comment. I'm happy to review this. But my question is, and I don't know if you have the answer to this ranked choice voting, it eliminates local representation on some level. Is that correct?
No.
No?
No, I mean, it could, how do you mean? I mean, I think that
Well, we're local representation, so if you do ranked choice voting.
Well, but each ward, as I understand the way it would work, each ward would have a list to rank from. And then there'd be a list for at-large.
Just a question, that's all.
I believe that's how it
Yeah,
would
we need
work.
to
I
look
mean,
into that.
We have to go through the mechanics, but I
Right.
think that's.
Thank you.
Thank
Councilor
you.
Lockman?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, you know, I'm active in the League of Women Voters, and the League of Women Voters supports ranked choice voting nationally, statewide, and municipalities.
Thank you. Great.
Thank you. Next, please.
Greetings, peace and blessings to you. Kalia Sweat, native, born, raised, stayed in Montclair. I first wanted to say, since I was here at last meeting on August 13th, I requested for this township to finally, for the first time in the history of Montclair that celebrates its diversity, to include the cultural symbolism specifically that pertains to all black people, which is the red, black, and green Black Liberation flag. It is our Pan-African flag that encompasses all people of African descent. I'm very appreciative that you guys agreed and it was risen. So I'm here to say thank you on that. I have a couple of questions regarding it. I was wondering exactly when it went up and who put it up and why there instead of out here. So just to do a take two, because I'm actually a former runner, normally when you pass the baton, you know where the finish line is. So I wasn't sure when and where everything was going to happen. So the take two is, I am here to also request that this February, anywhere between the 1st and the 5th, that going forward, the Black Liberation flag is risen here in Montclair, going forward always. If you need one again, and one that's big enough, similar to the same sizes as the other ones that are risen, I would be happy to provide one for you. I also wanted to say that I was taken aback at the last meeting because certain people came to the microphone to, in my opinion, counteract what I did, who wanted to counter what I was lifting, again, in an effort to commemorate and celebrate and express the pride from my people. So it's funny because I heard one of the people here a little while ago mention offensiveness, but she's gone, but I found that very offensive. And to the other woman who was standing here earlier about the presentation, I actually am a person who wants to see that presentation, but there's a way to do things. And I think we have to be honest with ourselves in Montclair when it comes to the racism, specifically the black oppression that permeates here. And it creates a type of climate that does make people uncomfortable. And I don't like it. I don't like it. I'm not someone who stands down on that. So please, I need to see that flag risen again. I think there's many people who need to have it risen. When we are in a country that black women are being killed and shot in their own kitchens, when black babies are being born decapitated because their heads are snatched off their bodies before it can come out their mother's body, and even in our own local town, when we have black children being locked in closets at Bullock School and superintendents who express that they're okay with racism, we have a serious problem here. We have a serious problem. So it would be very decent if we could have our flag risen on a regular basis. And I guess we can start with the month of February since it does represent Black History Month. And again, that also still includes August. So I want to be less ambiguous this time. I'm not just talking about this August. I'm saying every August going forward, every February going forward. And I think that's all I had to say for now.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening, Diane Anglin.
Good evening.
158 Orange Road, 3rd Ward. Rahul, here we go. Wearing my NAACP hat, I had a wonderful meeting earlier with one of our youth council members, and I wanted to present Vote 16. And that is something that they will be working on. And I don't know how that gets started, but we will be looking into that to see about our 16-year-olds participating in voting for school board elections, and I think that's a wonderful thing. So you'll be hearing more about that. But in the light of voting, here we are, League of Women Voters, NAACP, Divine Nines, the list goes on, and we're out here trying to make sure that residents are registered to vote. But I think some of this onus has to go on you guys too. What is the town going to do? We're like 50-something days away from an election, and it was almost embarrassing that you guys had an election that 11% of residents voted. So I don't know if we're going to put up signs. I don't know if we're going to use TV 34, but we need you to step up. We need you to do some due diligence on how we are going to. One thing we're finding out is that there are a lot of people in Montclair who are registered to vote. That's really not our issue. Our issue is them voting. So how are we going to do that? How are we going to let our seniors know how they can get there if they don't have a ride or whatever? But I think it really is upon you all as council people to figure that out. We need to be at a higher percentage for that. And then I'm just going to leave with being a resident and talking about civility. Mayor Baskerville, what is going on Facebook? And I know you're going to say, Diane, I don't look at that stuff, and I'm not even going to worry about that stuff. But for somebody to come up here and to ask to do a presentation, and they're supported by maybe somebody on the council, and they group in the audience, but you keep being disrespectful to our mayor and to our attorney. I don't know why you would invite them to do a presentation. So the disagreeing with anything that you all do is fine. The disrespect is going to stop. So I'm here to tell you that I support everybody here. Your differences, whatever you say, people will say, Diane, you heard that one council person, they sound racist. Well, I'm not here to say you're racist, but what I'm here to say is that we're going to disagree agreeably, but all of this, the fire La Pola signs they brought here, but there's others. It says fire Burr, it says fire Baskerville, but please let me come here and do a presentation. So the little group that's meeting seems like some little underground government, but if that's what you all are going to let run you, then we're going to have problems. But the disrespect is going to stop today. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Englund, I just wanted to respond to the Vote 16. Deputy Mayor and myself have starting our involvement with the Vote 16, and I'm not sure if Councilor Lockman, but the League of Women Voters has a group or did a presentation on it, and both the Deputy Mayor and myself signed up for that. So I think I know I'll be okay to meet with or to share the information that we have at some point in time to try to work with that.
Mayor Baskerville, I encouraged our youth council to meet with students in the high school to, and partner with MKA and Immaculate and Lackadair so that there is a full representation of students in Montclair that will come and request to meet with the council.
Good, okay. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Next, please.
Okay, good evening. My name is Kevin Dawud Amin. I'm the Imam of the Masjid in town, Masjid Wadud. Also, I'm a 50-year resident. I'm a Newark product. I'll confess that, but I'm a 50-year resident of Montclair, and I've dated myself. I'm also a decade-old member of the Muslim Interfaith Clergy Association. I'm a chaplain for the Montclair Police Department. Before I even get into my comments, I just want to, I'm a licensed professional also, and I hope that we defer to Paul Burr for a lot of these legal issues.
I'm a homeowner, and I don't want to be paying any settlements out of my taxes. My taxes going up, so please keep my bill down, sir. One of the reasons, and the first thing, first of all, a semi-complaint. It appears the comment that you're attempting to implement is not as clearly communicated as it possibly could be. I came to the first meeting. I came to not the last meeting, but the meeting before, and I was told, okay, we're not going to have it afterwards. We had it before. So one woman did come in and talk, but I didn't feel comfortable doing that, coming in and talking afterwards. So whatever it is, and I went to the website, there was nothing on the website. So if you guys are going to change, at least put it on the website and keep the old system until it's voted in final. Also, too, in my capacity as a representative of the Muslim community here, unfortunately, we're in an environment now where our members, some members of our communities, and also here and overseas have been dehumanized and belittled. And frankly, we're going to stand up for our community. We're going to do it in a healthy way and a legal way, because we have a right to do that. So it's true that our country and our society now has been broken up into segments. We have this group, we have that group, and certain groups have more pull than others in the media and what have you. That has nothing to do with us. I'm just putting you on notice that we're going to be doing that now, here, and also in the Board of Education. We want to have representation. We're talking about flags. I'm an American. I have rights as an American. I don't have no allegiance to no foreign country, and don't ask me to have one, because we're not going to do that. So finally, I want to congratulate Mayor Baskerville for being elected, and my 4th Ward Councilman, Amina Tola, and all of you, congratulations, and thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next.
Hi, my name is my name is Noah Siegel. I live at 4 Hilltop Place with my wife and our 1-year-old daughter. This is her on her first birthday last week. We live in between Deli and Iris and Roland and Lisa. We're the one of the 3 houses that has not yet had a break-in attempt. And I think they've said everything that probably needs to be said, so I'll just leave you with a few pieces. What's today? Tuesday? Sunday morning at midnight, my wife woke up and there was a car parked outside of our house. So she woke me, asked if she should call the police. I told her yes. I gave her the number for dispatch, and I went downstairs and I waited by the door. I stared at the car for a while, and then I asked my wife how long it had been. She said 12 minutes. So I called the police again, and they came within 3 minutes. That's not a knock on the police. I think they've been great, but that's a long and frightening time under the circumstances. Yeah. I think one of the most unfortunate parts of this is that it is kids for the most part. That's what we hear. Kids broke into Roland and Lisa's house, probably were responsible for the break-in at Deli and Iris's. And they're not residents of Montclair. They're coming from other towns. They're coming from other neighborhoods. And that, as far as I know, limits our options in terms of things like youth outreach or what have you. But I think it's shameful that the situation is that someone will probably get hurt seriously at some point, and it doesn't have to be that way. I think, respectfully, lighting on the block, visibility, that's great. Feels like a distraction from some larger issues that we could be tackling. And I have a thought or two, but it's a lot, and I think we can dive into that at another time. So I guess that's it at this point. You can have the rest of my time back.
Thank you for coming.
May I?
Yes, Councilor Tola.
Yeah, thank you, Noah. Thank you for being here. Nice to meet you in person, face to face. I know we've exchanged emails. As I stated to your other neighbors, I'm really looking forward to our meeting next week with Deputy Young. I'm going to invite one or two counselors if they wish to attend this meeting with me and Deputy Young to please let me know so that we can figure out some solutions and what some of the best things we could possibly implement and or do to help these families. Again, if you've never been on Hilltop or Pleasant, it's very, very dark.
Yep.
It's very dark. So I understand your concern. I just want to thank you for being here.
Thank you for emailing me at length.
No problem.
Appreciate it.
Hi, I'm Chrissy Thomas.
evening.
I have been a resident for a long time. I'm sorry to hear about all of the additional break-ins, and it's heartbreaking. I came up to talk because I'm concerned about the advice being given by the township attorney. I just think it's concerning, and I think maybe the words weren't said accurately. It's not that we don't want to expose anything. We want everything to be out in the open and done with thought and sunlight. This entire council ran on the position of abiding processes and procedures and openness and sunlight. And you're doing such a great job, but the First Amendment applies to people that are speaking. It applies to this council and to the residents. There is an indemnification ordinance that protects you, and it's your job to properly protect the town and its residents. And I'm hopeful that there are some things that you can take care of that you will, like the bill list that wasn't attached. It takes a long time to go through the agenda, I know, and when you have the responsibility of voting on it, it probably takes even longer. There were some concerning things that we read when it was finally attached. I'm glad to hear that you pulled some of the bills. I'm hoping that there were, I saw a lot of questionable bills. There was one that lists a $6,500 door and then an additional $700 or something. I'm hoping that you pull the questionable bills and you don't just pay them en masse without looking at them. It's not really my job, but there are only 3 hires that the council has directly. One of them is Mr. LaPola, one of them is Mr. Burr, and one of them is the clerk. And I think that it's very important that you get solid legal advice that you can rely on. And I think that it's really important that when you have a legal question, that you ask it and that you know the answers before you get to the meetings some of the times. It is not inappropriate to talk about people and their great job and their service, or if they don't do something, it's not inappropriate to bring it up. It is always better to be respectful. It is always nice to be kind, and I am sure that you were listening and that you were willing to, have a meeting about whatever it was, because that's who you are. I just think that we need to remember that we're trying, it sounds, I'm sure, to some people like we're speaking in code. There are things that are of concern that you guys can deal with, and you should, and I'm sure you will. And just being there to listen we're so grateful to you for being up there and for doing such a great job. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Good evening. Do I
Good
push
evening.
again or just let it ride?
Is it green?
It's green. Okay. I'm Erin Bullen. I live at 17 Champlain Terrace. I'm here tonight to request that the council include the Skip the Stuff ordinance on the next agenda, as it's affectionately.
Which ordinance? I'm sorry.
The ordinance, I honestly, to tell you the truth, I'm not sure that I know the name of it, of the folks that have worked on it, but it's affectionately referred to as Skip the Stuff. It's the ordinance that will prevent all of the excess trash to be put into the bags when you get takeout and delivery. So it would relieve businesses and their customers of the burden of excess waste, which is very often haphazardly tossed into takeaway and delivery bags. Almost all of this waste
ends up in landfills because much of it can't be recycled, and that which can be recycled often is not because of the nature in which it's being dispersed. I understand that there's been some requests for more business input on this, and whether or not they should or should not be automatically adding things into customers' bags. Just one kind of anecdotal bit. I can stop or pause. Should we take my time back? Or?
No, would you continue, please?
Plow
Thank
on.
you.
Yes, I'll get closer. So I spoke with some gals down at Ray's Luncheonette. This was several months ago. And I asked them about this specific thing and just how they do it and how they handle it. And they're like, well, we consider what people get, and then we think about what they might want.
Excuse me just a moment, please. In the audience, please, can you bring it down a little bit so that we can hear? Thank you.
Thank you. I think about what they want, think about what they might need, and thoughtfully put some things into the bag because they don't want to send them with nothing in case they do want something. There's no understanding here. And then she watches them walk outside, look in the bag, take half of it out, and throw it in the bin. And here we are. So this isn't hard, right? This is easy. This hurts no one and helps everyone. So I'm not sure what the hesitation is and why the businesses, as the, hesitant to use the word polluter, but as the polluters, because they're providing the stuff, are being asked whether or not they'd like to continue polluting the bins that we'd pay to have cleaned up. So you see where this is. So my request to you is please read it next month, pass it in November, and start the year off wonderfully with a great, strong, smart, eco-friendly, environmentally conscious ordinance that other towns have passed. They've been successful, and there hasn't been pushback. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone on council? Did you wish to say
Yes, sir.
something? Councilor D'Amato?
Regular caller. Yeah, thank you very much. I like the thing. We would not be the first. A lot of municipalities have done it. It's also one of the, I believe, I may be wrong, one of the 4 asks of our environmental commission right now. So they sent us an ordinance. They sent us an ordinance. So we can't do it tonight, but thank you and
Sounds good.
be hopeful.
Councilor Lockman?
And that'll probably go to a subcommittee for them to discuss it, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry.
Is it on? Is it light green? Yes, the green light is here.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm letting you know. I even got on this avenue. Thank you so much for bringing that back. It's really helpful. Much better than just hearing band when you just have to wait to know.
It's not on. Marianne, it's not on.
You hit the bar again, so come on.
Thank you.
Not green
Okay,
enough.
thank you. All right, so I was listening to the meeting from home, but then had to leave my daughter at bedtime routine because we still haven't implemented the calling from home. So I'd like to speak for all the other mothers who want to put dinner on the table, put their kids to sleep, but also have an opportunity for civic participation, right? Your staff is able to allow us to comment from home. I didn't need to be here. And in relationship to what I heard earlier, it was great to see the presentation from the auditors, but I noticed they didn't comment on payroll audits for police and fire. And I want to remind you of the issue that was found by affirmative action officer of the case where younger firefighters with lower rates, right, than an older firefighter were doing shifts for this older firefighter about to retire. The consequence of that is that older firefighter retires with a higher pension, the municipality pays more money out to that firefighter, and then the firefighter gives cash to the younger folks. This is criminal, but there's prosecutor discretion. It was referred to the prosecutor's office. The prosecutors decided not to prosecute. There's nothing we can do about that. However, that is still a very serious, people need to be let go if they do this, and we need to understand how much of it's happening, and there has been no consequences.
absolutely no consequences. So if we're thinking about a forensic audit, that's where we really desperately need a forensic audit. We need to find out how much of this has happened, what have been the consequences, and whether any of those folks who were recently promoted were involved in this scheme, because it's really terribly offensive to this community with how high our taxes are and how we have one of the most expensive fire departments in the state. So please consider that. With my last couple seconds, I'd like to say thank you for looking into the home improvement program, Eric. I would like to suggest something. It has nothing to do with the legality. I don't want to disparage anyone's work, but perhaps using the Affordable Housing Trust Fund for home improvement program that would increase the number of affordable housing units is not the best use of that money. Thanks.
Thank you.
Can I say something?
Yes, Councilor Lockman.
Mariana, I just did want to say that we are looking at doing a virtual, whether it's call-in or on the screen or something. That's something that is, getting there, okay? And I did have an email from someone else, I don't think he's here, asking the same question. Actually, it was a voicemail message, so I just wanted him to know that as well.
All right.
Good evening. You thought you could go home. I wasn't going to talk, but I was moved to talk. First, I wanted to say, I haven't had the chance to say congratulations to everybody who won their race to sit up there and take this all night long, but especially you, Mayor Baskerville. I've known you a long time. I've watched you a long time. I shouldn't say I know you. I don't know you that well, but anytime I've reached out, you've been very helpful. And I'm over the moon that you're sitting in that spot right now.
Thank you.
Just wanted to say it. And the rest of you, I voted for most of you too, the ones that I could vote for, and I'm looking forward to coming to all your meetings. I wanted to speak just briefly on the post I saw on Facebook that led me to some questions about who was at this meeting, because only the mayor was named. And as soon as I saw what the meeting was about, I knew there was legal problems. As a whistleblower myself, you can bring things forward, but you have to know that some things you can do can hurt the entire town, legally, financially. Thank you, Attorney Burr, because everything you said was on point tonight, and it was exactly what I was thinking as a layperson. It's easy to know there's certain things you just shouldn't blast out there. And the work is good, and people are doing the right things by finding money that should be likely going to other people, but I hope you'll follow legal rules next time. And as for that flag that was just mentioned, that kind of prompted me to get up here, that Pan-African flag, which shamefully I didn't know enough about until it was presented to you to fly. And a couple days later, it was flying, and I was happy to see it. But I think the town would benefit if we had a raising of the flag the next time with some information with it, like Pride goes up and there's a whole to-do. This should have a big to-do as well. I mean, imagine how many people are happy in this town to see that flag finally flying. How many little kids will ask questions and learn what I should have known. So I hope the next time it does fly that we can have more excitement about it. It can be published. People can come watch like we did this summer for the Pride flag, and we can watch that go up and have a presentation so everybody can learn a little bit more why we're flying it. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you. And yes, we totally agree regarding what happened there. It was something that happened on the spur of the moment.
Oh,
it
yeah.
was something that we were all in agreement with, and the time was very short between the time that request came and the time that it went up. And to the best of my knowledge, the 17th was when we needed to have it up. And
Saturday, right.
immediately I spoke to the manager, who I believe, and please correct me, Manager LaPola, if I'm wrong, the fire department put it up, and it was up by the 17th, and the commitment at that time, because there was no process in place. So the first thing I always want to know is, what is the process? And when I asked Manager LaPola, even though there have been other flag raisings in the township, at the time he said he didn't think that there was a process. So I suggested that we put it up in time for the 17th and leave it up until the end of the month, so that we could begin a process. And at that time, I also said that one of our subcommittees will discuss that and work that out. So certainly, I agree, there should be some type of celebration, and we still have not yet discussed what that process is going to be. But it's important to me, and I think it's probably important to everyone sitting up here, and we will discuss it and do something that is really representative. It's something that we decide to do. Certainly, we want it to be, you know, a celebratory thing that people can get education from, because education is so important. Yeah.
More and more.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
And I'm sorry, Ms. Sweat, you asked why it went up there, and so I believe because. Okay. Okay. The one question that I'm going to answer right now is regarding why it went up, where it went up. I believe that I did not specifically tell Mr. LaPola where it should go. It was in passing, and at that time, I knew the time was of the essence, and I really just wanted to make sure that we got it up by the 17th. He was leaving for the weekend, as I recall, and so we didn't have time to sit there and really discuss who or what. In fact, I sent him a text later on to ask him, was it done? And he said, done. So perhaps when I was talking with him, I should have noted another location. I think because that's where we put the other flags that we flew in that particular location on Church Street, because it's the most visible location that we have. And so I think that he just, moved because of what we've done in the past, and he was following, whatever that protocol was. So that's how that ended up there. Yes, Councilor Toller.
Yep, thank you. To answer the second part of your question, Ms. Sweat, I believe Manager LaPola, you sent us, or Mr. Burr, you sent us the statute on municipal buildings and what can actually waive, if you will, here.
I sent you the federal law
Okay, so
on the flag.
that answers that part of your question, why it wasn't raised here. Is because it's the federal building, we can only hang the American flag. That's not the answer you want, I understand that, but that's, which flag?
It was the pride flag for the entire month of June a couple of years ago.
Yeah, that probably should not have been there then. I don't know, I'm not an attorney, I'm just stating.
No.
Attorney LaPola? Attorney Burr?
I'll clarify the law for it.
Okay.
Oh, he's an attorney.
I don't believe that was you can fly other flags on the municipal building other than the United States flag.
You can.
But I'm not sure why it wasn't flown here. Yes, it just has to be flown underneath the United States flag. It can't be bigger
Okay.
than the United States flag.
Okay.
There's a few rules. So.
Okay, so to clarify.
But I'm not saying that, that, I don't know why that flag wasn't flown here, and I don't know if that's the policy, what the policy is of the township.
All right, so we'll look into that, and then we should be able to give an answer perhaps at the next meeting if someone has a question. And just one other thing I wanted to clarify for the record, because I'm hearing some repetitiveness about a secret meeting and underground government people. That did not happen. There was a meeting with myself and the mayor and some other constituents. We are entitled to meet with our constituents, just like I'm going to meet with constituents on Hilltop Place next week. So I'm just putting that out there. There was no secret meeting.
Yeah, the other two people happen to be members. In fact, at one point in time, they've both been chair of the Housing Commission. And because the matter involved housing.
Right.
When we went to the meeting, we were going to a housing, type of subcommittee, and that's how Deirdre Malloy and Mr. Scott were invited there. But there was no
nefarious
Exactly.
thought at
And
all.
no municipal employees
Yeah.
were present. I'm
No.
just putting that on the record to clarify, because it appears that this story is taking a turn as we're having this meeting.
Well,
So I
thank you
just
for the
wanted to
clarification,
clarify that.
Counselor. Thank you. Okay,
You should walk to the mic so they can hear you.
The fire department puts flags, the fire department handles the raising and lowering of flags. And I, traditionally, the flags have been done on Church Street, and I'm not sure of the law. I don't think you could fly the flag of another, and this is in another country, so that's the interpretation. You can't fly the flag of another country on the same flagpole as the U.S. flag. I'm not aware of what the law is about other types of flags that are not officially a country flag.
No, I'm hearing you on that, and I
Right.
thank you both for that clarification. And see, that's the uniqueness about our experience in this country and even globally as those of African descent. So that flag does represent African American people as well. It represents our struggle and our continuance to have liberation, safety and protection and freedoms. So my other questions I had asked while I was last up here was for the month of February going forward. So when I was here on the 13th, when I asked that question, it seems like there was some, there was discourse, you all communicated, and then there was a motion, and you voted, this, that, and the other. So what I asked is going forward for the month of February. And I'm going to include also that does have a ceremony, and maybe that's part of the processes that you were speaking of. But that's the question. Can we have it go up always, anywhere between the 1st and 5th, and throughout the month of February, and also the entire month of June? And there are additional dates as well. So I was just waiting to hear the answers to my questions from when I
I
first stood up
specifically
here.
did not answer that because at the time that you were here, the first time, I gave my word that before we did any type of activities again with the flag, we would get a subcommittee together and we would discuss that and we would have a process. I think you
I would
know me
love to
well
be part
enough
of
to
that.
know now that I would love to do that personally.
Absolutely.
But we have not convened our subcommittee and come up with the process. And so hopefully we can do that rapidly. I was thinking, in fact, that we would have it by this meeting, and I might have mentioned that, but we did not. So I hope that we can. Certainly, it's not going to be something that is dismissed from my mind moving forward, but that's why I didn't respond to you regarding that at this moment.
And hopefully it's not only contingent upon that subcommittee. It's way overdue. It's way,
Yeah.
way overdue. And it's sad because even when it's mentioned, and this is no disrespect to anyone who wasn't aware previously, but it's sad that the climate has normalized how disregarded we are on a regular basis, that that went down the way that it did, and it was expected to be okay. So I'm appreciative that this is the council who actually heard me and you passed it through. But going forward, we always want to meet things where it is in advance. That's where we get real, true progress in real time. Unfortunately, in Montclair, we tend to do things like 10 years late, and therefore those who needed it in real time, we fall between the cracks. That's why everything needs to function from a position of equity. Has to be equity. So the subcommittee sounds good, Mayor. I would love to be a part of that. I don't know if the public gets to be, but I am asking to be present to be part of it. And whatever it is that needs to happen in order to get this done going forward. It's actually a beautiful thing that everyone should be proud of, and it speaks volumes when folks have just the opposition that I saw in here that night, and it should actually show everyone here how much we should be having it done on a regular basis.
Thank you.
I think
So
you
the
was up to talk to
subcommittee, the
Councilman.
subcommittee is 3 council members and whoever we wish to invite to the meeting, and certainly I will suggest that, and I would love to have you there at that time. But again, that would be the decision of the 3 council members.
Thank you.
And thank you very much. I appreciate you.
Always, and I
Okay.
appreciate you too.
Yep.
And I too, I feel bad about how I'm seeing some things happen while you're in that seat, and it's disappointing.
you.
Councilwoman, you're about to
Yeah,
speak
I
to
was
me?
just going to state that the subcommittee, but Mayor Baskerville already explained it to you.
Yeah, I just want to know that we have people here that,
yeah.
all persons want to know that we have people who can represent us. I actually
Absolutely.
stopped coming to these meetings years ago because I didn't have representation I didn't have anyone who could represent my interest and that I could trust to follow through with it. So that's what I'm hoping that we have here now.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council. Wendy
Good evening.
Tiburcio, 125 Gates, 3rd Ward.
Good evening.
Hey, Councilor Williams. So in the spirit of diversity and representation, I just wanted to bring awareness to the fact that September 15th through October 15th is Hispanic Heritage Month. And in Montclair, we are celebrating. Latinos of Montclair is hosting a celebration at the Montclair Art Museum on September 22nd, and all are welcome, everyone, no matter what your background is. I'll actually be co-hosting that celebration with Jonathan Echeverri, owner of our beloved Paper Plane Coffee. And on September 18th, Latinos of Montclair will be honored by Essex County in Newark. I believe all of you council members have been invited. I hope that at least one of you consider this, as the Latino community can certainly use representation from Montclair and, of course, support from our Montclair Township leadership. And I also had a question/comment in the past, having seen other council meetings and other proclamations on different heritage months. I've seen it that it always happens at the end of the month. I'm not sure if that's by design. Obviously, I know you're a rather new council. I don't know if, again, I don't know if that was by design, but I always found it a little bit odd that we would be celebrating something at the end of a month instead of at the beginning of that celebration, whichever month it may be. So that's something for consideration, to perhaps call that out at the beginning, because then by the end of it, let's say even if it's Autism Awareness Month, somebody may say, oh, I didn't know, and I wish I did. So just a consideration for that. And again, September 18th, Latinos of Montclair is being honored by Essex County in Newark.
Yeah, that's at 46 Park Street, and it's at 4:30 for anybody at home that's watching that may wish to come and join the celebration.
The one in Newark?
Yes, it's at 46 Park Street, and it's at 4:30. The ribbon, down at the Chambers in Newark.
Okay,
right?
yes, you are
Yeah.
correct. I thought it was 6 p.m., but I'm sure you have it in front of you. I don't have it in front of me, so thank you for that, Mayor.
Might be at
And
6.
I believe in terms of the proclamation question, that is, actually, I will have another comment based on something else I watched before. When also having a proclamation, I've noticed past council members say, is anyone here? So where it looks, a bit not organized. So if you will have a proclamation, again, no matter what the month is, to make that group or whoever it is representing a bit aware, so we're not doing something, just to do it, but that the people that are doing the work behind it are valued and recognized. Thank you. Muchas gracias. Hope to see everyone.
I'd just like to ask the clerk, please, can you tell us and maybe the listening audience, what is the process for getting a proclamation on the agenda?
Thank you, Mayor. As far as I understand, and Mr. Lapola can say if there's something different, in the past, a council person makes the request, just one council person makes a request to have a proclamation included on the agenda, unlike with the other items where you have a move in and a second. And then a proclamation is drafted, and the requester is invited to attend if we know, who the group is and we have their contact information. And then they let us know, okay, we can attend, or no, we prefer it by mail, and that's what I've seen.
Thank you. And is there a set amount of time that would be ideal? I know oftentimes things may happen, but is there a set amount of time that is ideal just regarding your time and getting the proclamation prepared?
I can't say that there's a set amount of time because the workload does vary from week to week. But what I can tell you is that no matter how late the request comes in, we always get it done.
Well, that's good to know, and I appreciate it. I know that we had a couple of requests, and I felt, a little uncomfortable because the time was a crunch, but thank you for letting us know that. And are you, or have you spoken to someone here already about a proclamation or what? Because if so, I certainly would like to
to move that ahead?
No, I have not.
Okay, so,
But
you
if
know.
you, I'm happy to share the process with Latinos de Montclair, the
Okay.
president there. I've seen, again, in the past where there's been no one representing, so I wanted to make sure that that didn't happen again, but.
Just
I-
ask them
and
please
I'm
to
not-
get us something in writing, what they'd like to say, what they'd like in the proclamation, and I will be happy to do that.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, all of you. I appreciate the work you've been doing, and keep it up.
Muchas gracias. usted.
Muchas gracias y buenas noches.
That's right. Okay, is that the end of public comment? So now we're at the beginning of the council meeting. Anybody need to stretch or just keep rolling? Keep going, okay. We are going to start with Resolution A. And we're going to start and keep going. Councilor D'Amato, would you start, please, with the resolution R24-199? And R24-200? The bid.
I have to read it by title, right? The whole
Excuse
thing?
me. Mayor, may I?
Yes.
Mr. Berg can opine if I'm not saying the correct, but I think that the next step is for you to open the public hearing, and then during that public hearing, you allow the members of the public, if they want to come up and speak.
Do
and
you
dur-
have the paper about the public hearing? Because I know they used to have a paper for a public hearing,
No.
and they would read that.
No, ma'am. It's just listed on the agenda as a public hearing. That's all I have in front of me.
Okay, so now we're going to have a public hearing on Montclair Center Business Improvement District budget. The first portion of that is Resolution R24-199, followed by R24-200.
R24-199, Township of Montclair, resolution to read the Montclair Center bid budget for year 2024 by title pursuant to N.J.S.A 40A 5684F.
Now, if there are any members of the public at this point in time that would like to come down and be heard on the Center Business Improvement District budget, please do so. Anybody else? Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for having us here tonight. My name is N.J.S.A. For those of you who may not know me, I'm the interim executive director of Montclair Center BID, here with my astute board of directors. We're here to thank you all for once again taking time to do a second reading for our budget. Really happy that we're here finally and we can get this passed. I hope it's a quick and simple vote. Frankly, I just want to mention that I'm not a Montclair resident. I'm not particularly from the community my whole life, but it's been a privilege to be a part of the community, be a part of the downtown. Sometimes I'm here at these meetings and I hear what's going on and I feel just appreciate the wonderful community you have. And this is truly a wonderful community, and it's been a privilege of my career thus far to be able to represent the bid, and if I end up getting the job, it'll be even more of a privilege. But regardless, I'll still be around. I love this community. It's been an adventure that I've never expected to have, honestly. So thank you for taking the time. I really appreciate it. And if you have any questions, anything like that, we're always around. And thank you for again.
Thank you.
So moved.
Second? Roll.
Oh, sorry. You were looking for a second, or you're the second?
Roll call, please.
Okay, Mayor, so this is Resolution R24-199, the resolution to read the Montclair Center bid budget for year 2024 by title pursuant to N.J.S.A 40A:56-84F as in Frank. And I'm going to call the roll on that resolution. Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham?
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato? I'm
Yes.
sorry, Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Lockman?
Yes.
Counselor Toller?
Yes.
Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Will you also call the roll for Resolution R 24-200?
Mayor, you're
No,
moving R
we didn't move that one
24-200?
yet.
Should I
I'm
read
sorry,
it?
yes.
Okay.
move it.
Resolution R 24-200, resolution to adopt the year 2024 Montclair Center bid budget, and I so move.
Second?
Second?
Please be quick. Roll call, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Deputy Mayor?
Discussion, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Any discussion?
I'm not sure, because I know it was reported in the news that this delay in the budget might have led to a delay in tax collection. And so I just want to, just by way of closure, because I know there were process issues that have been, uncovered. We're working those through, and I think there's a plan going forward. But in my sense of when this budget, when our tax rate was certified, it does not appear that there was a significant delay compared to other years past. So I think I just wanted to let the community know that, and, just in case there was any questions. And I think in terms of, for Essex County, it seems like for budgets this year, the removal of that COVID money that we talked about earlier, the American Rescue, was very challenging for many towns because you have to deal with literally millions of dollars disappearing from your budget. So I think within Essex County, I think we were sort of in the middle for getting our tax rate certified. So anyway, I just wanted to, Eric, if you have anything to say.
I just wanted to thank the manager and the clerk for, and the bid leadership for helping me to understand the delay. And just to say that, we don't need to point fingers. There are inevitable problems whenever you have an organization that's large and sprawling, and sometimes there are misunderstandings, and they get wound up. And so I'm not going to say any more, but to thank people for helping me to understand it. I will read 2 short quotes about this that came to me. The first is from Chekhov, and it's, "The world perishes not from bandits and fires, but from hatred, hostility, and all these petty squabbles." And the second is from Game of Thrones, and it's, "Summer's the time for squabbles. In winter, we must protect one another, keep each other warm, and share our strengths. And winter is coming. So let's just not squabble anymore and all get together and keep each other warm." Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham?
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Lockman?
Yes.
Counselor Toller?
Yes.
Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes. Moving on to new business ordinances. The ordinance 2429 has been pulled. Moving to new business resolutions, starting at Resolution C. Can you please do that, Counselor Lockman? That was pulled also. Okay, moving on to Resolution D.
Well, that's the bill list.
Okay.
So we want to talk about the bill list, right?
Okay.
Okay, here we
Your
go.
thing, your thing.
Okay.
Mayor?
Yes.
Excuse me. I'm
Yes.
sorry, I just want to understand for agenda preparation. The items that you announced that were pulled, do you want to see them again on the 24th of September or a meeting thereafter, or are they just pulled indefinitely?
I'll take my guidance from full council regarding the pulling of ordinance O 2429 and resolution R 24201.
I can.
Counselor Lockman.
We can speak to the, we can speak to the.
With regard to the ordinance 02429, that's going to be relisted at the next meeting. We're just going to have it listed on the agenda. so that people have an opportunity to review it.
Yeah, we just felt that
You
we just
see.
felt that it kind of came a little bit at the last minute, and we wanted to make sure that everybody in the public had a chance to look at it, and we made some revisions at the last minute as well. So that's why it's pulled.
Thank
Excuse me,
you.
Mayor.
Yes.
I just want to say this clearly. So ordinance 02429 is being tabled
Correct.
to September 24, 2024, and it's going to be listed for introduction.
Yes, correct.
Thank you. R24201?
That's the managers.
Okay.
Detweiler.
No, we're still discussing the 2201. It has to be tabled versus pulled.
To a date uncertain. Yeah.
To a date uncertain. Okay, so R24201, table to a date uncertain. Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you.
I think we could be listening to the debates.
Look, thank you, Madam Clerk. Anything else at this moment?
No, ma'am, those are the only two pulled
I
items.
appreciate you.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate you.
Counselor Lockman?
Okay, so the next thing was the bill list. That's Resolution R24202. I am going to read this and make a motion, and then we'll have discussion. Right? Okay, so whereas invoices against the Township of Montclair in favor of the following persons for the amount set opposite their respective names have been received, duly audited, and found correct. Now therefore be it resolved by the Council of the Township of Montclair in the County of Essex that said invoices be and they are hereby ordered paid, and that checks be drawn by the Finance Department to the order of such persons for the amounts respectively and hereinafter stated on the schedule attached hereto and made a part thereof. This is the council meeting dating September 10th, 2024, and the total amount is $1,992,130.55. So I'm moving that. I guess we need a second.
Yes.
Second.
Second.
And now discussion, please.
My only question was about, I mean, half of this bill is just for workman's comp, is that correct?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you on
Sorry.
this end. What did you say?
I said, I just wanted to clarify, I just point out that essentially half of this $2 million bill is one line, is for workman's comp. And just if we could have a couple of words from the manager about, just the significant, what is happening with
It's workers' comp.
workers' comp. I think in
GIF.
there.
The
it's
GIF bill.
The GIF bill is $900,000.
It's on like,
Looking for that one.
here.
Yeah, I don't know, sorry.
That's not just the workers' comp is the $31,000, the $907,000 is our third installment of our payment to the GIF for all of our insurance. That's the combined amount for those two things.
Okay, I thought it was.
So the workers' comp is a small amount, that's the third payment of our insurance. I apologize for not knowing that.
So it's like 3 times 900, that
Yes.
is what we would pay
Yes.
over the year, okay.
Yeah, well,
Okay, half, okay.
Did you want to come down to the mic? Oh,
That's okay.
well, thank you.
Yeah, the TV
Okay.
audience needs to hear you.
The premium for all of the coverages that we get through the GIF are made in 3 installments. One of 25%, one of 25%, and this one that's being presented to you is 50%.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Can I ask?
Yes, Counselor Lockman?
Yeah, I just had a question about, I guess, the appropriateness of listing individual people and their hospital or their medical bills. There's all this, like,
Yeah.
talk about HIPAA,
Yeah.
and yet we have listed the names
Yep.
and what the insurance company is paying them.
Absolutely.
Is that customary, or why don't we just all group them together or something? I don't know, I'm
That's
just,
been done traditionally here. I don't have the answer
I
to that
think the
question.
loss run can be presented both with names and without. And if you got names and like medical conditions or something, that was an error.
no, I don't think there's any medical
No, with the
conditions,
names.
but you can tell somebody, and the name is on there, has a large bill, and you
Right.
wonder, I know
they
the person,
okay?
I mean,
Right.
I don't really want to know what his medical bills
Right.
are.
So,
Yes,
my-
Counselor Birmingham.
oh, I'm sorry, thank you, Mayor. My impression is that these are people who are retired and we're paying their Medicare reimbursement. Like,
I haven't looked, what I did was ask the JIF to go over how their billing actually works, because it's really big numbers. And I didn't really understand how we were, like, how those bills were being paid. So the dates on the loss run go back really far. And some of them, there's no activity since the
Yeah.
loss.
Yeah.
And then some of them are activity because the loss happened fairly recently.
but to your point, your concern, when you're saying the word Medicare, is that what's concerning to you? Or what?
No, it wasn't Medicare, it's just simply looking at, there's a person's name. We could name some people, we all know them. We could name them, and then there's an amount of a medical bill associated with them.
Yeah, I
what-
think it's because they're public employees, similar to school districts, when we do our agendas.
Yeah.
You see the person's name, their salary, everything.
I
is
know about
public.
salaries, but
Yeah.
medical, there's so much talk about HIPAA. You know, you have to sign, I don't know.
Is there's something that requires that we put their name on there?
Which bill are you talking about?
Well,
It's
yeah, I'm
number-
not sure what bill we're referring to, and is that in the bills
No,
list?
it's
or-
in the bill, the bills list includes numerous Medicare Part B
Yeah.
reimbursements to
Right.
individuals. And I agree with the counselor. I mean, there's probably, this is very normal,
Which
but I agree
counselor do you agree
completely.
with? Oh,
You know, that when I see it, I feel like I'm invading somebody's privacy.
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I agree.
Yeah, I think
What I can do is I
we
can
reimburse
check
them.
with the
Yeah.
JIF
For the
and
Medicare
see
Part B.
why they list the names and the amounts. I don't believe they put, like council was saying, the procedures that they're receiving. but-
No, no,
but-
no,
right, yeah,
no.
But I will find out why.
But you
why
see
the
a name with a
that-
$2,000 bill, and you wonder.
But it's a
what's going on?
premium, it's not, that's the thing, we're reimbursing them for their Medicare premium.
Do you know that?
Yes, it is
Part of the
not,
contract.
it is not that they go to the doctor and this is,
Okay,
this is.
okay, thank you, I
As
didn't
part
know
of their
that.
retirement contract, we are reimbursing their premium. I just want, because that's part of their contract.
And part of their compensation.
Thank you. Okay.
So there doesn't seem to be
Any
any
other
HIPAA.
questions or discussion
do
on the
not.
bill list, or should we move on? Anyone else have discussions or questions on the bill list?
Counselor Toole.
Okay, Counselor Toller?
Thank you. I'd like to make a motion to table a particular bill, since I'd like to also speak with the council in executive session, if not this meeting, the next meeting, regarding possible hearing, investigation, et cetera, that we need to discuss first. The vendor is CGHP. There are quite a few bills or invoices that were submitted for payment, and if, I don't feel comfortable knowing that our Affordable Housing Trust Fund is shrinking. I just want to make sure that we are being cautious in protecting that fund and not overspending or utilizing the funds to pay this. So that would be, there are 3 purchase orders. The vendor number is 9875. And there are 3 purchase orders that I would like to just table until we can have that discussion.
Sure, so you just want to take out those specific items from,
Right. There's 3 purchase orders, number 2401, 433, purchase order 2401, 600, purchase order 2401, 889.
and you're making a motion that
I
we
am
move
making
those
a
3?
motion,
I'll
yes.
second that.
Thank you.
Who was the second?
I was.
Thank you.
Can I ask a question?
Anybody else?
Yeah.
Discussion?
Yeah. Unfortunately, I didn't note the page, but there were bills for.
No,
wa-
we
Oh,
Do we have to vote on that now,
Oh, I'm
right?
so
Okay.
sorry.
No, I'm
Yeah,
sorry. I
yeah,
thought you wanted to have
No.
some discussion on that. Okay. Can you please do a roll call?
Okay, so this is on amending the bill list to strike purchase order 2401600, 2401889, and 2401433. Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Can I ask a question about these purchase orders, if I may?
Yes.
So are these are not for actual, like, the work that was done on the homes, it's for their services that are due under the contract, is that correct?
Yes.
Turn your mic on.
Yes.
Uh-huh, okay. That was my only question. Oh, okay, so the motion is to pull these particular items?
Yes, ma'am.
Then I'm going to vote no.
Okay, Counselor Birmingham?
I'm going to abstain.
Okay, Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Lockman?
yes.
Counselor Toller? Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes.
Okay, the motion carries. So the bill list has been amended to strike those 3 purchase orders that I put on the record.
Yeah, we're
Okay.
going to discuss those in executive session, right? Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Yes. Anybody else have any questions or comments? Counselor Lockman?
Okay.
Oh,
I don't know what page it's on. These aren't pages. Okay, so the invoices for Waters, McPherson, and McNeil, it's land use and redevelopment attorney invoice. I don't know what are we using this law firm for, and maybe it's better off, do we need to discuss this?
There are redevelopment attorney.
But what have we haven't even been talking to. Are these like, we haven't, but these are prior counsel.
These are bills that prior from before you were.
Okay.
I'm turning on my mic.
Yeah.
These are for services that were incurred prior to your,
In statement, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, even
absolutely.
though the dates are after our statement, some of them are.
Yeah, I don't
Yeah.
have the particular invoices in front of me.
Well, it says
So-
July 24th.
Those are probably the dates of the invoices.
Yeah, they might be, yeah, okay.
They're the dates of the
Thank you,
invoices.
that's fine.
They usually bill 30 to 60
Yeah.
days,
Mhm.
submit invoices 30 to 60 days
Okay.
after services.
Um,
They're also our bond counsel as well.
Oh, okay. It says land use, though, so I presume that's what that's all about.
Those are bills probably for, I
Right.
should say, not probably, those are bills for work they did with regard to the Lackawanna redevelopment.
Okay, shall I continue with the
Yes,
question?
Counselor.
So, there's 42,000 plus for a COA fund. Why are we paying into COA? What is that? I mean, I know what COA is, but why is there a $42,000 payment?
I don't know them, and usually when we pay into COA, it's from collecting of fees for development.
To COA? But COA is the Council on Affordable Housing. So why are we paying? Oh, I'm sorry, yeah, I should have written them down. I thought this was alphabetical, but, well, I don't know if anybody can help me find it, but. So you don't know off the top of your head, believe me, it's in there.
No, I
for
don't.
$42,000
Yeah.
for COA, and I was
Yeah,
just
and
curious what it is.
That would come from planning, so we'd have to.
Yeah.
pass that.
You want to pull that until you get the
Shall we
information?
pull that until we get the information about it? Because COA is pretty much disbanded, and I don't know why we're paying money to them. I mean, it's probably perfectly legitimate, but I'd just like to know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Makes
Okay.
sense.
And,
Is that a motion?
oh, I have to make a motion. Yeah, motion just to,
Do you have any more that you're gonna
no, that
work, is that the only?
was the
item
only
you're
COA
gonna-
one. Yeah, yeah. So I'm
Is there any
making-
other items that you might want to remove, so we can do it all in
Okay,
one?
shall I
one
ask you?
motion?
I don't
Or-
think so.
Or ask the manager.
Yeah.
Mayor, may I have a question about one item here?
Yes, Deputy Mayor.
Purchase order 2401909. It's a payment for a rental assistance grant in the amount of $3,702.
There's a rental assistant program that's run through the township. If
Okay.
people live in affordable housing and having trouble with their rent, they can apply.
Okay.
And the town will either pay the arrears, sometimes it pays for security deposits to move into another unit. Am I missing anything, Attorney
I don't
Barr?
believe so.
So that's what that payment's for, and this money set aside for that. And this is why I have concerns with the Affordable Trust Housing Fund, that it's just diminishing when we have people that have real issues and concerns with making their own rent. But that's what the program is. You can, Ms. Talley runs it through the planning department.
Okay, thank you. That was my question.
Sure.
And so just to finish up, so I had a question. There's, the tree use. There's a bill for $126,000 for the tree company. And I'm curious, we have $1 million grant for planting trees. Do we still have to use our own, let's call it our own money, to plant trees as well? Why don't we use part of the $1 million to plant trees in the disadvantaged areas? That's what the grant is for.
Yeah,
Why
I
are
think
we?
it's for a certain area.
It
though.
is, the grant is for what we call disadvantaged areas, but I would imagine.
Overburdened is what she said.
Overburdened, yeah. I would imagine that we were going to use our own money to plant trees in that area as well. So why don't we just not put $126,000 and use the grant money?
Well,
I'm trying to save money, because
My understanding is the
different?
grant does not supplant our obligation. We have a very active tree removal, replanting, where there's a waiting list. So, and we haven't drawn down that money yet either. So that we will be able to allocate some of that. I can have Lisa send you a memo explaining how it's going to work.
Yeah.
But we are actually behind so far this year in getting the trees planted. So we need to, I believe we allocate,
other
in this
areas?
budget is 300,000, we should do
It's
500,000.
300,000, and we have
Yeah. And I think the
126.
Years
grant-
past,
Mayor,
it's 500,000.
Mayor, may I speak? I also, my understanding is that the $1 million grant is not just for planting of
Right.
trees, and it is for specific overburdened areas of
Yeah,
town.
but I think
Right.
that we should look at our normal budget, and if we can offset our normal budget with the money that we're getting for a grant, and I'm sure some of our normal budget for trees was going to go to overburdened areas as well, so why don't we cut it and use the grant money to do the overburden? I mean, you drive around Montclair, there's a lot of trees, in certain areas. So I think, why don't we, I'm trying to cut costs here.
Right.
Because
I
I believe.
respect
just
that.
I also
I
believe
respect
that it's
that,
over a
but-
series of years.
Right, the grant
$1 million.
money is, the trees will be planted over a series
Right.
of years. So
Yeah.
if there's an overburdened area that can only get 50 trees this year, if you will, from the grant money, but they
Yeah.
could use some additional trees, I think before we cut the tree money that's allocated, if you will, we need to look and see what areas are going to be affected first. I'm not saying we can't cut it, I'm just saying we need to do a real overhaul first.
Yeah, they need to do that.
And some of the areas that weren't considered overburdened are
Are
in
now
need of trees,
overburdened, yeah.
in need of trees as well. And so if we take that out, we may be hindering another area that was perhaps damaged by one of the storms or
Yeah,
something.
I just think it's new information
Yeah.
that we have this $1 million, and we should take that into consideration when we think about paying $300,000 over 2 years for trees. And, they're pruning, and I love trees, it's not that, but I just think, we also need other things in town, and if we can save $100,000 here and $100,000 there, I think that's a good thing. Then we'll be able to pay for our police department and our town hall and other things that we need in town. So that's the point of this discussion.
Yes.
Question? I'm sorry, is that budget line for pruning as well as planting?
We'd have to look at the,
I think the grant, if I'm not mistaken, but Lisa can perhaps, if we go back to our emails, I thought that grant that she got for the overburden area was specifically for the Fourth Ward.
No,
No,
that's not true.
it's
Third and
DCA
fourth?
has a map of overburdened
Okay.
areas,
Yeah.
just like they
Predominantly
did
it's
with,
predominantly
with.
Okay.
food deserts, which
Right,
questionable in my mind, but
Right.
whatever.
right.
Yeah.
Okay, just
Yeah.
wanted to double check, thank you.
Yeah.
It's really,
So, I'm sorry, the budget line that we're talking about right now, the spending line, includes pruning, and just so you know, like this week, I have been, I had a lot of constituent discussions with some very, very serious issues with big legacy trees that need pruning, including some, I mean, we have a lot of shade trees on the median, and it's difficult and expensive work, and I was shocked and embarrassed to discover that there was a very large shade tree 2 blocks from my house that was dead, and somebody sent me a picture of it, and that's $5,000 or something right there. So we're going to
honestly,
spend the money.
we can look as we plan for the future.
Yeah.
When we finally get the money, we can look, because it's the federal government, so getting funding, getting the actual grant money takes a lifetime. What we can look is how we can impact on our budget
Okay.
going into next year, okay?
Thank you.
Mayor, I'm sorry.
Yes, Counselor Birmingham.
No, you know what, I just realized I wanted to talk about one other thing, but do we need to vote on some other things
Yeah, we need
coming
to
up? So,
vote
yeah,
on
okay, sorry.
Carmel's vote, unless other people have items that they want to have removed. Does anybody potentially, and then we'll do them together, otherwise, Counselor Lockman?
Yes, sorry. Yeah, did I make a motion already? Okay.
Yeah.
But I'm sorry, can you identify where in this document I'm talking about?
looking
Okay,
for it.
just before we vote.
Yeah, I have to flip through it. COA, COAH, $42,000.
Yeah, I think that's a
Near the
deposit,
end.
yeah,
It
it's
looks
near
like
the
a
end.
reserve deposit,
Yeah.
but there's not much wording there. It's all the way at the
Yeah.
end.
All the way
I
at
think
the
it's a
end?
resolution
Oh,
for special
okay.
I think they're depositing money in our account.
Here, if I may.
Thank you.
Yeah, we're not giving it
That's
to
what I'm
them.
saying,
This is going into our fund.
Is that going into our fund?
I think it's deposit. If you look at what it is back here,
What page is it on?
at the very end, third to last page.
To me, they ring a bell like we've done dedication by rider,
Yeah,
but I can't speak much more
yeah.
on this paper.
Okay,
If
so
that's
we,
what you're talking about,
that
that
is
you
what
wanna
I'm,
make a
thank you
motion
for
to.
finding it. Yeah. So, the motion was made. The motion was made and seconded, so we're going to pull that and figure out what it is for. Is that correct?
Mayor,
Yes.
I'm going to address Counselor Lockman.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm trying to find here, I do have a memory of you making a motion. I just want to make sure that I have a second on your motion.
Yeah, Ms. Cole.
Okay. Oh, yes, this is when Mr. Burr asked if there were any others.
Yes.
If we'll put them together. Is this the only one, the one that?
Yes.
Counselor Lockman? Okay. Thank you.
That's it.
Do you want me to call the roll, Mayor?
Thank you, Madam.
Okay, Deputy Mayor Anderson, this is a motion to strike. It's near the end of the bills list. It's referenced as reserve. It looks like reserve for special deposit COA in the amount of $42,235.54. That's what I'm calling now, okay? Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham?
No.
Counselor D'Amato?
Abstain.
Counselor Lockman?
Yes.
Counselor Toller?
Yes.
Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes.
Okay, so the motion carried. So now the bill list has been further amended to strike what I just said.
So just so I'm clear, if this is in fact a deposit, which it may be.
Yeah.
Does our action actually impact the idea that that money would be deposited or accepted?
It may have been
Just wanna-
deposited already.
Yeah, okay, I just want to be.
Probably was.
Yeah, I mean, the question is, we don't know what it is, so that's
Well,
what
I
we're
mean,
trying to figure out.
I think like this is called the bills list, but this is a lot of accounting stuff, so
Yeah.
perhaps going forward, we just can be clearer.
Or we should just have bills rather than accounts that have deposits in them. That's another point.
Right. COA
Anything
when
else
did-
on the
when did COA
bill
end?
list that we need to discuss, or should we move along?
did it get?
Yeah.
So that you made a-
Anyone
you
else
made a
have
very good
discussion
choice.
for the
Thank
bill
you.
list? Did we finish the bill list? Yes. Counselor Birmingham?
So,
I'm sorry, I apologize.
no.
You go ahead. Take your vote. Or
No, I'm
go-
sorry.
Or make your comment.
Oh, okay. I just have a comment on, I see three bills here from PSE&G. And I know this has been a topic of conversation around the organization of the bills, and I think we're expecting a report on some of
Yes.
the unpaid bills.
Yes, Counselor?
Just looking at these, I see three bills here, one, from different places in the town. Going forward, do we get a sense that, like, we'll have a handle on the bulk of, like, we won't be haphazardly, like, oh, we're paying
No, we've
this
been
and that,
been
and
paying all the
like-
current bills. We have a dispute of approximately a little over $1 million with PSE&G that they say that we owe, which I think we do owe. But, so we're working on that. I think we've been current on the bills for almost, probably about the past year. We've been paying them, the existing bills. That's complicated, as I explained before, because we had been delinquent, so when we're delinquent, you may get a bill and it says $400,000, except under the BPU regulations, they can take that and apply it to all our oldest bills. So it goes all over the place, so the next set of bills are not consistent with the previous set of bills. So when you're trying to figure this out, but we have not located any payments to anywhere else that we can say that we paid and we're not. We will get the report. I've instructed them, that a little bit of a delay, that all the information that we provided to the consultant and all the information that PSE&G provided to us be appendices to this, so you could see all the numbers. I mean, this does go back some time. We can discuss, perhaps in executive session at the next meeting, the previous things that, we can discuss what happened at my last meeting with PSE&G last week.
And just going forward, again, once we have this resolved, does it seem like it would be a good idea almost every month to literally be able to say our balance with PSE&G is?
That is
Because,
a condition of any settlement.
okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Anyone else? Okay, we're going to
Did I
make a motion. Yeah.
I had made a motion to accept the bill list. it
And I
was
seconded.
Mayor seconded it, and now we vote.
Okay, so this is Resolution
I'm sorry, you have something else?
R24-202.
Excuse
I'm
me, Madam
sorry.
Clerk, I'm sorry, Counselor Toller has
Thank you,
one
thank
other
you.
thing.
Just one other question.
Yes.
I see John Mott Construction Group. Is there going to be any more invoices coming in? Because I thought that door was completed from this vendor.
In my understanding, it's complete. They had to
Okay, so
come
this
back.
is the
and-
final one, there won't be another.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we'll try again. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Okay, Mayor, thank you. So this is Resolution R24-202, the amended bill list resolution. Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham?
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Lockman?
Yes.
Counselor Toller?
Yes.
Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes.
Okay.
Resolution Resolution R 24-203. Resolution R 24-203 is a resolution to amend Resolution R 24-197 of the Township Council to enter into a contract with Jersey Professional Management to conduct an executive search for the position of Township Manager.
So moved.
Second. Any discussion? Please call the roll.
Sorry.
Deputy Mayor?
Just to I just wanted to get it on the record. So just to clarify, This is a resolution to, so basically it is to change the source, that the account number from which the $16,000 that was previously approved is being drawn from.
Yep.
And that's it?
Yes. Manager, can you tell us what account that money is going to come from for that resolution, for the resolution we're talking about?
It's coming out of the mayor and council's OB account. It's not coming out of
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Mayor. Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham?
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Lockman?
Yes.
Counselor Toller? Yes. Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, we're going to move on to discussion items. We'll just keep going this way. Deputy? Resolution 1.
Resolution number 1, resolution authorizing the use of competitive contracting for consulting services in connection with the township's professional services as affordable housing administrative agent, home improvement program administrator, affordable housing attorney, and licensed site remediation LSRP professional. I so move. Anyone? Oh, I'm sorry.
These items
are
are
just
discussion only, yeah.
I forgot, sorry.
Unless you wanna-
Prerogative.
Unless
No.
unless you want to move it.
I'm sorry, it's been
No,
it's been
I
a long
have
night already.
discussion, yeah.
But Mayor, just before the discussion, I just wanted to, I think it's the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th whereas clause. I think there's a redundancy. It says licensed site remediation professional warrant a qualitative evaluation of specialized goods and services. But then after that, it says warrant a qualitative evaluation of specialized goods and services. So I think just the second, from the second, warrant a qualitative evaluation of specialized goods and services should be struck.
I have a question. Does that mean that we're not using competitive contracting for these positions at this point in time?
The contract's up, so now it's time to do it again. What's that? No?
This is authorizing the use of competitive contracting. This will be our first time doing this.
I thought it was because the.
Can you guys speak into your mic so we can hear it? Is it the first time that we're doing the competitive contracting as it appears to read, or are we just,
I'll
again?
defer to the clerk.
Okay. Madam Clerk, can you please answer my question?
Okay, I'm going to preface, Mayor, with saying that I'm only answering your question based off the papers that were submitted. This is a resolution submitted by the Planning Department. So I read Ms. Talley's memo, and I read the resolution. She worked with the purchasing agent, put this together, and this resolution would authorize the use of competitive contracting, sometimes called like a RFP or an RFQ. In the past, and this is based off my memory and my knowledge, we have gone out for RFP or RFQ for this type of service. I'm not sure what exactly the benefit is to now do this officially. If it changes, maybe you can do the contract for longer. That I don't know. But this is the first time that the governing body is passing a resolution authorizing competitive contracting for this LSRP. So we have done contracts where we've hired LSRP to work at 399 Orange Road, the old Pyramid gas station. We've done that before, but not like this. This would authorize for the governing body then to let the contract this specific way. I think it allows a contract up to 5 years.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Toller?
I don't think that's what.
Thank you, Mayor.
They added that in.
Would this qualify, and I guess Ms. Talley would have to answer this, or the purchasing agent. I know that the township has a New Jersey Diversity Inclusion Program, so when you go out to bid to do contracts, are we making sure that we're honoring that?
We
Yes.
advertised that, and we.
There's a form.
I mean, is that
Form that we
included in her
sent out,
plan,
et
if
cetera,
you
yes.
will? Because 20% for minority-owned, veteran-owned, LGBTQ-owned, disability-owned, women-owned. I just want to be certain that we're honoring our own words when we're going out to solicit. Okay, and there's proof of that in, I guess, the purchasing agent, or
Right.
would Ms. Talley be able to
Yes,
supply that?
Counselor.
Okay, thank you.
Purchasing would handle that.
Councilor Lockman?
Okay, so, First of all, I feel like the licensed site remediation professional, that should be separated from the housing issues.
I thought so, too.
Yeah,
I thought so,
that's what
too.
I thought,
right.
Yeah,
So
see, I
the
have that.
first three things for consulting,
Yeah.
affordable housing administrative agent, home improvement, affordable housing attorney. So those are separate things. So I feel like there should be a separate resolution for the licensed site remediation. Maybe the language is the same, but it's just implying that there's some relationship there, and there's no relationship there. The other thing I think is that I think that the what's it called? The home improvement program should be suspended at this point. There are too many questions around it, what's going on with it. And I feel like we need to address those questions before we send out a request for proposals from companies. Until those are resolved, in my mind, I really don't want to move forward with hiring a professional yet. I don't know if anybody agrees with me on that, but that's,
I agree with you.
yeah. I just feel like, I've asked questions to Ms. Talley, and, granted, she was on vacation, she has not gotten back to me about the questions that I asked about the home improvement program and about some of the grants that have been given to a couple of, I know Mr. D'Amato had a question, but I have about 2 other sites I wonder why they're included. So I need to have answers to those questions before I can agree to keep moving forward with that program, because I'm uncertain about what's going on with it.
Mayor?
Councilor D'Amato.
Yeah, I would agree with that, but just say that maybe the best thing to do, if it's possible, would be to sever these have resolutions about the different activities. It doesn't mean we can't hire the same firm to do it, but that they would be separate bidding processes, because we may decide to alter the terms of the one or more of the, we may decide to terminate or slow down one of the programs. And, again, site remediation does seem like a different line of business. And it's no great problem for us, I think, to have 3 or 4 resolutions in a row.
Correct.
Mayor?
Yes, Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, I would agree with severing or separating out at the very least the LSRP, because that seems to be for a specific property, and the other things are, for broader programs.
If I may continue just for 1 second, I think that we may need to talk about this in executive session, but there is the question of how our, not about this particular company or anything like that, but our affordable housing program and the way that we do it, will have some firms may really want to work with us, and some may not. So we need to break this up, maybe.
I think this is one resolution to allow for all these different procurements.
Different procurements, then it's fine.
That's how I'm
Right,
reading
so you
it.
can't,
Okay.
you want to do the,
It still says, I think
They
it
are
should be
separated.
separated.
no, they are
Just-
separated.
But for
It's just
clarity,
one resolution allowing for all the different
no,
procurements.
there should be 4
They have
different
to be
resolutions.
Attorney Burr?
If I may. And I understand what Council Luffman is suggesting, but just so that it's clear, this resolution is allowing the QPA to issue separate requests, RFQs, for each individual section that he's going. So it's not saying, we're just going to issue one RFQ for all of these entities to perform the same services. It's going to be for the attorney, one for the attorney.
Right.
One of that. I understand what you're saying, though. For clarification's sake, you want to see
Just 4
separate.
different
separate
yeah.
ones, please.
Sorry if I may, though, but we, as a governing body, are not managing down the line of those different RFPs, so we may want to reserve the right to have a resolution for each of these different things over the next couple of weeks or
Right.
months. So there's a healthy reason for us to reserve the right to look at these as individual authorizations.
For RFQs.
Okay? Unless it's a big burden. I don't want to be a burden.
Councilor Lockman? Oh,
I assume, I'm sorry, just because Councilor Demal just asked me a question, I assume it was done for, to efficiency's sake.
Efficiency's
Just do it in one resolution as opposed to 4 separate resolutions.
So I just wanted to explain why I'm a little concerned about the housing program, the Montclair Affordable, what's it called? Home Improvement Program, okay? So we looked at numbers that defined what properties go into our count for affordable housing units, right? And a good number of those are home core properties. Okay, Home Core is a private company, privately funded, yet we use their count to go into our numbers to meet the state requirements for affordable housing. If we weren't using those numbers, would we have a different affordable housing requirement? I don't know, but that's one point. And it's a question I've asked Janice about. And the second point is we have X number of dollars in a fund that's supposed to rehabilitate affordable housing units. We have Home Core, which basically was going down the tubes and is still not doing very well, and yet we give them no money. And we use their count in our processes, but we don't fund them at all. And we have a fund that is designed to help with affordable housing units. I have no idea why we don't support affordable housing that Home Corps provides. So that was a question I raised with Janice, and still, she was on vacation. I'm not saying anything about that, but I would really like to know those answers before we approve, or it looks like we're approving, or looking to go out to a company to provide the services for this home improvement program.
Well stated.
Well, I just want people to know I'm not against the program. I just think there's other questions behind it that I need answered.
I did.
Yeah.
I said, well, yeah,
Yeah.
I agree with you. In 2009, we had over $4 million in the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. 2012, something changed in whether it's the state law, and then we changed the ordinance here, if you will. But now we're under $2 million. And it's just, where's this money going if it's not helping those people, if you will?
Can I just chime in on two things? And I'm not an
Manager
expert-
Pola?
I'm not an expert on affordable housing, but I think the calculation on an affordable housing is, there's two different things. You've been provided with information about how many units we have funded. That's different from our statewide obligation as to affordable
I'm
housing.
pretty familiar with this, yeah.
Right, so
yeah.
that's two different things.
Right.
So we're not, and the other one in terms of this home core,
Yeah.
I think there were issues as to why we couldn't use them for the time being, that are internal to them.
Yeah,
So
and I
that-
think some of those issues arose from the fact that we don't help them at all.
No, I don't,
I was on the board briefly at Home Corps, right before I just couldn't stay on the board because I felt like, whoa, this company is going down the tubes practically, and I can't look, when you're on the board, you're expected to raise money. I couldn't look my friends in the eye and say, can you please give more money to Home Corps because it looks like it's failing. So anyway, so
I'm
my.
not arguing
Yeah,
at
yeah.
that point. I'm just saying,
Yep.
I just wanted to make sure on those two.
Right.
So, and we can pull the resolution and come back with 4 separate ones, and you can decide what you're going to do.
Okay.
Mayor, if I may, I just want to make sure that I understand. So for the meeting of the 24th of September, discussion item number 1, it was, the governing body came to a general consensus that this resolution authorizing competitive contracting, each profession will be on its own resolution, so you will have a total of 4. Yes?
Yes,
Okay, thank you.
thank you.
I'm sorry, but are you suggesting that all of these resolutions will be on September 24th?
That's how it's listed right now on the agenda. All those discussion items, at the next meeting, they'll be listed for consent.
I'm not sure that we'll be ready yet to, we will not have all the
We will not be
information.
ready by September
Yeah.
24th.
For which ones?
Well, anything to do with affordable housing, I think.
Okay.
Yeah,
So do you want to table
I-
that discussion item?
yeah.
And- Go
We'll
ahead.
send an email when we're ready to bring it back. We'll let the manager know when we want, or the clerk,
Yeah.
when we want to put it back on the. I'm sorry, we'll send an email to the manager or the clerk when we're ready to put it back on the agenda. It's been
Right.
practice.
And the current agent is in place until the end of the year, correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
And I know that Mr. Morgan, who's the housing, is he a housing director?
Housing officer.
Officer, I'm sorry. He's currently going through the process now of application, so it's not like the township is losing out on getting people into affordable housing units. He's doing the work right now.
There are no units. So-
Mayor, I have a question. I have a question though that affects this. So the affordable housing attorney, that particular role, what's the function of that position? Because I don't really feel like that has anything to do with the home improvement program or affordable, the administrative
I
agent.
believe it's all interconnected, and remember, this is for going forward, so we would award for next year. So I recommend that we pull this for now.
Okay.
And not do any of them until the mayor and council decide how they want to move forward with the program. And we have time to come back to you and have a procurement for those reasons.
Okay, so it's not a rush to get an affordable housing attorney? That was what I was asking.
Yeah,
So the discussion item number one, yes.
One of them is the LSRP. For 399 Orange Road. Are we pulling that too, or you want that on?
I thought we were going to go ahead with that one.
That's what I want to just
Oh,
make
I'm
clear,
sorry.
Mayor,
Yeah,
if
yeah.
I may. On the meeting of September 24, discussion item number 1 was slated to be a consent agenda item. Now I'm hearing that we're making this one resolution into 4 because each resolution is for a different profession. You have the Affordable Housing Administrative Agent, the Home Improvement Program Administrator, the Affordable Housing Attorney, and the LSRP, Licensed Site Remediation Professional. Those are the 4 professions. Are we not having this on the next agenda, or are we just taking some of the professionals and not addressing it?
I'd like to keep the LSRP on
Okay.
the next agenda unless somebody is very strongly
No,
opposed.
I'm okay with that, but at the last housing, when Janice presented her, Ms. Talley presented her housing report for 399, I had some concerns at whether or not they had made contact with the residents that live there. I'm not saying we can't go ahead and move forward with this remediation process to give them the bid, if you will, but I just want to ensure that she's reached out to those families to ensure that they know something's coming.
And I personally began the process, too, of going through there, and myself and Fire Chief Antonio Gary will be continuing throughout the street.
Okay,
too.
very
Yeah.
good, very good, thank you.
I don't have an issue with, leaving the LSRP. I think that should move forward. My only question was regards to the affordable housing attorney. Is that separate and apart from the home improvement program? And, I'm just asking, do we need that position filled for the affordable housing program?
Just to
Generally.
add to her question, have we ever had an affordable housing attorney?
Yeah, who is the affordable housing?
Yeah, who
attorney?
is the affordable
I mean,
housing
think I
attorney?
know
the
who
memo
it is,
said
but I
that
wanna see
the
if
affordable,
anybody else does.
the memo says that the township's former affordable housing attorney has retired. So, who is that?
Who
And-
was that?
Who was that? Yeah,
We don't know.
I mean,
Maybe it was a
I'm
deputy
totally comfortable
attorney. No.
having that next time. There's no,
Next time, there's no urgency, clearly.
no, but I'm saying,
Yeah.
maybe we can have 2 of them on the agenda for the 24th. So
No.
the LSRP and the attorney, these are not, and then the program administrator, and then the home improvement program, we can punt it off.
It seems to make sense to me to keep all the affordable housing stuff together, which includes the attorney,
Okay.
whatever.
Okay.
I agree.
Okay, so moving on.
Madam Clerk, did we answer your question? I just want to make sure we did.
Mayor, I'm going to address Counselor Toller. I believe I understand, Counselor Toller, that the only resolution that's going to be on the next agenda is authorizing competitive contracting for the licensed site remediation professional.
Thank you.
Yes? Thank you.
Thank you.
Resolution rejecting bid proposals received for removal and disposal of vegetative waste, bid 24-13 pursuant to N.J.S.A 40A 11-13.2D.
Any discussion? No, we're not moving. Number 3, Counselor Toller.
Resolution authorizing execution of fair and open contract with CME Associates for licensed site remediation professional LSRP associated with incident 23-06-01-1808-13. And I have a
Discussion?
question. Yeah.
Counselor Toller.
Are we allowed to know what the incident was, or what it is, or should be, or could be, will be?
Yeah.
Was that where they
It's
took
the police
um,
department, I think it's in.
Tank removal?
When I read it, it sounds like they have a well that's dug there already, and they must have had some leaching of some kind of chemical that
Okay.
was uncovered, and so they have to do a little investigation.
Thank you.
It's the potential abandonment in place of a 550-gallon underground storage tank.
Yeah, they had a tank.
Excuse me?
I don't know exactly where it is, but it's an underground storage tank.
Yes, Counselor Birmingham.
Yeah, I think it's like it was leaded gasoline or something full of that, but this $40,000, from what I can tell, it does not actually remove the tank.
No.
Right? It is just this
Just the
investigation.
LSRP and
Okay.
state monitoring
So all of the,
reporting and
Removal
okay,
that
but
was
no, but then we'll be
Right.
paying for the removal. Okay.
Number 4,
I don't know if
Counselor
they fill it
D'Amato?
anymore. I don't think they're allowed.
Number 5? Number 4.
Resolution awarding a fair.
Resolution awarding a fair and open contract to PMC Associates for purchase of new handheld radios for the police department pursuant to N.J.A. state contract number 83900.
Counselor Williams.
So Lieutenant, I don't want to butcher his last name, Berardi?
Berardi, Dean Berardi?
He was excellent in answering a lot of my questions. I still have questions. I think we have, 112 police officers? Yes? No?
Around there.
Okay. This order is for 125, and the only reason, I don't want to nickel and dime or anything like that, but each unit is extremely expensive. The prices range from $3,600 per unit to $4,700 per unit. And, you know, Councilman Loffman and I both had kind of similar questions about sharing and stuff, considering police officers aren't going to be all on duty at the same time. I don't know, maybe for a safety reason or something like that, maybe I can back up and see why we would need all of these units here. I just think, I still think it's really expensive.
Well, as this Membo said, I was part of these discussions that they sunset what we were using before, so then they wanted to sell us their new system, which was almost $1 million. They went out and found this other system. They had extensive testing. And I think what happens here with the radios is they all have the radios and they take them home and they bring them in. There's different shifts. So logistically, the ability to share and switch and how you would do that and who's responsible, I think that they allocate these. They have some spares, and that's how they view this as working the most efficiently. So, and they went out and it's, half the cost of what the original one was, so.
Counselor Birmingham.
And just to be clear, these are being paid from a capital budget, so the useful life would be expected to be at least 5 years,
Yes.
right? And then my other question is about, just in general, and again, I'm not sure if the right people are here to answer this, but in terms of just the communication, my understanding is that the police are on the state wavelength or whatever, the frequency, they're using a service from the state. And the fire department, and perhaps maybe, I'm not sure if it's Public Works, we're paying Motorola, and I think it was like $1.3 million last year that was paid. And my question is, one, are all of these radios then compatible with each other and also with like the county and the state? And two, I noticed, I was looking up other towns, and it seems like other towns, maybe they're all moving to this state, and I'm just wondering if that's a consideration.
I
or
will
if
have
there's
to ask
some-
them to
Okay, if
get
there's
those
some.
questions
Okay.
answered, Counselor.
Mayor, one more.
Counselor Williams?
Councilman Berman, you touched on the question that I had, but then it slipped out of my head very quickly. You know, just in the future, there's nothing we can do about it right now, but it just seems like last year, we just bought all this equipment for the fire department. This year, we're going to buy all this equipment for the police department. Just seems like there should be a coordination of efforts in terms of, you know, buying all this equipment at one time. And that way, we can ensure that everybody has the same thing, it's on the same timeline, and probably there's some sort of cost savings that can be gleaned from combining them all. You know, just nothing to do about it right now, but just in the future.
I agree.
And Mayor?
Counselor Lockman?
And just to follow up on that, why don't we coordinate efforts with the county and all buy radios as needed together, you know?
I don't believe we're on the same frequency as the county. Is that
But shouldn't
correct,
we
Tony?
be, if there was some kind of
No.
regional
Mr.
Mr.
emergency?
Fan would know.
We are not in the same frequency. Montclair Police and Fire Department, they have their own separate frequency.
Are we on the same frequency with the other towns around us?
No, each police department have their own frequency. They all assign. Montclair Police Department is with the state, same as the fire department is now is with the state. Parking utility is also with the state, and because parking utility, they do carry radio, so they are part of the state. And then last time the police department was radio refreshment was back in 2015, beginning of 2015, and then so now it's more than 5 years that they need their radio replacement.
Well, not arguing about that. I'm just saying, do we look to coordinate our effort and our costs with our neighbors and the county? And why or why not, wouldn't that make sense? I mean, I don't know enough
We
about
can,
it.
you know, we
just-
can have Lieutenant Priority come here and
Yeah,
answer
be
all your
interesting
questions.
to know.
I'm
Yeah.
sure he'd be
Yeah.
happy to.
Because I'm also curious, sorry, Mayor, I'm just also curious around when you say that towns are on different frequencies and how towns and the county can communicate with each other, given, again, we were talking about, you know, regionalization and how important it is for people to be able to communicate. So I would just, again, like to get a picture of how this all works and fits together.
I think a radio can have multiple frequencies. I mean, they probably,
Yeah, no, I know.
they can talk
I
to each other.
yeah.
It's just that they're not, yeah. And I was, spent some time at the police headquarters this week, which was amazing and wonderful. We have a great team, we really do. But people should know that they are bringing back dispatch to the police headquarters. It had been at the fire station, so they're in the process of a big, thoughtful upgrading, let's say, of their system, and they moved it, I believe. So this may be mixing in with that, and there's certainly, it's top of mind.
But just, again, like, West Essex is getting $4 million from Mikey Sherrill for regionalization of their dispatch. So it's just, again, thinking Montclair is very unique, but we can,
Where does she live in?
we can work with other towns too, so. Which is not at all a comment on what's going on, I just want to understand the picture. My turn. So number 5, resolution awarding a fair and open contract to Winter Ford of Cherry Hill to purchase utility trucks for Township Water and Sewer Utilities Department, bid 24/14.
There is not an electric version of these trucks.
As a designated pain and scold for making everything electric, Mr. Primavera, who's in the audience and deserves a round of applause for staying all night, also wrote an excellent memo with lots of math explaining why in this one particular case, we have to rely on the tried and true. And I just want to thank you so much for literally going the extra mile.
Okay, number 5, resolution number 5.
Number 6.
Number 6?
Yeah. So this, This is a resolution regarding the governing body certification of the annual audit for the year ending December 31st, 2023.
Good.
No.
Number
Okay.
7?
Number 7.
I would just
Excuse
urge
me.
everybody before next meeting to review the budget.
Manager Lapola?
And
Oh.
these specific, sorry, Mayor, and these specific parts, because we had this problem last year where we went to vote and then somebody said they hadn't looked at it,
Oh.
but it's very specific on what the minimum you have to review.
Yeah.
And you'll assign, yeah,
Statutory deadline.
right. No, I'm talking about last year, someone
The
had said
amount
they
that
hadn't
we
gotten
have
around
to
to doing
read
it,
in there.
and we have to
Yep.
vote on the resolution. Yeah.
Thank you, Manager. Number 7?
Yeah.
Number 7, resolution requesting approval of items of revenue and appropriation pursuant to N.J.S.A. 40A 4 through 87, 487-87, sorry.
Anyone? Number 8? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Counselor Birmingham?
Just a question on that. So it was something like $435,000, somewhere in the 400s. Is that money earmarked for something like, or we're approving it, is it going someplace?
This is just so we can amend our budget to receive the grant.
Right.
We do have 2 contracts with different, Paul, do you remember, counsel, remember who the 2 contracts are with? The health department worked with the police department, so we do have 2 contracts where we do provide services in the community for families and people in need of treatment, et cetera.
Okay, but so is this going to be money received over several years, or is it a one-time settlement?
I believe this is now. Right, yes. This is for this year.
This is a one-time
Right.
settlement? And then just following on that this, like, receiving this money is not committing us going forward to, like, we won't be paying salaries once this money is gone? Or is that, you know what I'm saying? Like,
No,
we're
that's not, it's not for staff.
For equipment, isn't it?
Not
Okay,
for state
it's-
specific.
okay.
And we
Yeah,
did
it-
receive I got an email today for one of the big consulting firms, I can't remember which one, who was sued on the whole opioid litigation, that we're going to get an additional $30,000 or $35,000 as part of that settlement.
Okay. And I'm just, again, speaking maybe a little bit out of order, but I think we could consider the Montclair Ambulance Unit, which is really on the front lines of the opioid, as a capital expense, again, which is often a good.
I do believe they get this part of this.
Yeah,
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
But like I know they need a new ambulance or so,
Right.
okay, thank you.
Okay, so that's me.
Number 8?
Okay, resolution authorizing execution of fair and open contract with Barbato Landscaping, Inc. for Township 2024 Fall Tree Planting Bid 24-16.
Number 9?
I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I have-
Counselor Williams? Sorry. First you say
So,
move along.
so I had a question on this one. Just because looking at the proposals here, and it seems that the person that we're going to give, the firm that we're going to give the contract to, they're planning on planting 2.5-foot trees. That's what I saw here. So it just sounds odd, and, just if somebody could just
I'll get the
look
information
into that,
from
because
you.
it just seems odd. I think normally they're planting.
Oh, but maybe they're talking about this? The
I-
girth of it?
I
That's
hope
still
I
small.
hope they are. I hope they are.
Yeah.
There you go. Bonsai trees, right?
It was my intent to start with, I think that I shall never see, but after Councilor D'Amato's quoting Game of Thrones, I figured I'd take a pass.
It's a diameter, yeah, probably, yeah.
The bulb.
Yeah.
I have a question too. So I think maybe I know that I've been getting a lot of questions from residents about, or like requests to plant trees on their block. So I think it would be really good to know where these trees are going to be planted.
Okay, I will get that information from you.
Thank you.
For you.
I mean, I will tell you that I have had at least 4 trees planted around my house because I requested. I just would talk to the tree people and say, hey, can I have some trees? This is over time. It wasn't 4 trees in one fell swoop. So I would tell constituents, just, I forget who they would write to, maybe Michael, you, and say, I want a tree in front of my house, and it's happened.
Yeah,
For me,
yeah.
anyway.
But it just, if there is a plan, it looks like there's a plan for fall planting. It would just be good to be able to share information about where they're being planted.
And do they plan on county streets? If the Montclair residents are on county streets, would they put a tree in front of them, or would they have to go to the county to get a tree?
All right, just ask.
Manager LaPola, do we know? Oh, okay. Next.
Number 10, resolution authorizing amendment to the contract to the TLP Climate Control System Incorporation. I'm sorry,
9.
resolution number 9, pull that back. Authorizing execution of fair and open contract for environmental renewal LLC for Township Leaf Removal Services bid 24-17.
Number 10?
Resolution authorizing amendment to the contract to TLP Climate Systems, Inc. for Township HVAC Maintenance and Repair Service Provider bid 2108.
Counselor?
This was the one that I keep on flagging here, just because, you know, it started at 60 and then went to 80, then 110. You know, it got
Yep.
approved, I think, in January by the previous council for 60,000, and then in July we approved it to take it to 80, and now we're approving a further increase to take it to 110. I just have a problem with that. I don't know what the original contract really covered, but it just seems odd that we just approved, the previous council approved it for 60,000 in January, 7 months later for a further increase, and then a couple of months after that, another increase after that. It just doesn't, either the scope of the job wasn't correctly spelled out the first time, or, you know, I don't know. You know, if this is a underbidding situation, and this isn't an underbidding situation. This is a contract that's been in place, and then we renew it, and it's normally for $60,000 every year.
Part of the maintenance part, constant repairs that we're making to older equipment.
Question.
And when it breaks down, and we have to fix it. So that's where we are.
If I may, I was on the roof while they were working on it yesterday, and they're definitely working on it. I mean, like, people are working on, not this bill, I mean, not this thing, but those, at the police department, they have very, very old HVAC systems and are squeezing as much life out of them as they can, so.
Just one last thing. I'm pretty sure that they're doing the work. The issue is, you know, when we're contracting out the work, when we're writing up the scope here, if we're including everything, I just think it was kind of oh yeah, we need to fix the police department. It's like that wasn't included in the overall job from the beginning. That's all I'm saying.
I think, yeah, that's what I was going to ask. Is there a way that we, the council, and maybe you can answer this, or LaPola, again, the scope of the work, if the qualified purchasing agent is putting these out to bids, what is the language that she's using? Do we have authority, if you will, to ensure that certain language or additional language is included when she's putting things out to bid?
I lost you there.
Well, the scope of work, this was a bid that went out for this contract, correct? So she had to put it out in the paper and do it.
Yeah, Mr. De Niro's. I think what it is they look at the experience from the last year, the year before, right? So when you're making the budget, you have to make a decision. You can budget for a worst case, like you could say, okay, the last 2 or 3 years we spent $60,000 or $80,000. It could break down. Maybe 4 years ago it was $100,000. So in your budget for these things, you put an amount in, right? And you don't calculate for worst case scenario. You put the money in and say, in the event it does break down, we can transfer money. So it's not a question of they're not bidding it. It's, we anticipate this is what the cost would be, but if the system breaks down,
Right.
for example, whether it's air conditioning, it broke down here, twice this summer?
Yep.
And it's just like our elevator. Every time it rains, it breaks.
No, I
Somebody
understand
comes to
that.
fix it.
I'm just
So it's
saying-
just a question of, we estimate what we think it's going to cost for the year, and we can't anticipate when it's going to have a
No, I don't think
major
anybody
issue.
can anticipate, what it would be, but I'm saying what parameters can we put in place? What buffers can we put in place to ensure that this overspending, if you will, doesn't happen? What language can be put into something?
It's not, I'm not arguing, I'm just saying, I wouldn't call it overspending, because, we can have a
under
basic
budgeted.
contract and nothing breaks down in the course of the year, or we could have it where our air conditioning system here is broken down multiple times, police headquarters breaks down multiple times because the systems are old, and we've made a decision not to spend $1 million to replace the entire system. When it happens, it happens. Sometimes those repairs could be 10,000, sometimes they could be 20,000. So we
Counselor
just,
Birmingham?
And so just, I think we talked about having the purchasing agent
Right.
would be great, but when I read the bid that was placed, my sense is that they're bidding, these are the costs of our services, per hour or whatever, and not on a $60,000 project. So it's they're bidding, we accept their bid as per hour, and then we
Yes.
allocate $60,000, thinking that might be what we need, and then we turned out to have, given that our buildings are so old and whatever. Okay, so because that's what I'm just trying to figure out here, is that they're giving us their rates, we find their rates acceptable,
yes,
and then,
yes.
okay.
It's like an authorization, and I'm telling you, I was there, and they have a system. They're also going into the walls and looking and finding things. It's a very old, the police building is very, very old, and they have a condenser that was spilling water, and it wasn't condensate, it was water from a line. I mean, we have to budget a lot.
Mayor, I think it's just, I thank you for, Eileen, for your commentary. I think for me, it was just a matter of just making sure that it's not due to a lack of coordination or anything like that.
We did talk earlier about having our QPA come in and make a presentation on, like you asked earlier about, you asked the auditors about the bid, what's 44,000, what are the cutoffs, what you can do, what's a professional service, so we can come in and give a presentation on that, so you are more familiar on how all of this works, what has to be a competitive bid, what does not, how you handle professional services like lawyers, what if it's less than a certain amount of money, so we can, I'm sorry I said no before. So we'll have him come in the next few weeks.
These are very good. Okay, number 11.
I did.
Resolution authorizing person-to-person transfer of alcoholic beverage plenary retail consumption license number 0713-33022-008 from Essex Restaurant Group LLC to Montclair Mezzanine LLC. Any discussion? Number 12.
I
Ordinance
guess
to amend.
I had a question.
Yes.
No, so that's going to Mr. Grabowski. And what's he going to do with, is this a pocket license again?
Yeah, I think he's, it's on. I think he's doing some sort of venue on the second floor
Oh, where
of
the
that
theater
building
is?
he owns.
The Claridge
Yeah.
Theater? Okay, thank you. That would make sense. Okay, so. We're done? I'll go.
12.
Okay. Number 12, an ordinance to amend Section 327, Vehicles and Traffic, of the Code of the Township of Montclair, New Jersey. So this is a multi-stop intersections. Okay?
Good. 13.
Just one comment on that. So I saw somebody was wondering, because there used to be a speed bump there, right? So this is going to replace that. I think there used to be like a, okay.
Yeah, I went over there the other night on my bicycle and talked to people on the corner. I waded around and talked to some residents, and it was interesting because people had different opinion about the speed bump. Some people liked it, most people didn't, and they were very curious, and this was this sort of new and interesting thing. Nobody, myself included, understood that it had been changed. I guess it is now a temporary four-way. And so we were all sitting around going, why did they remove the bump? But in reality, we didn't realize that it was because they had put up stop signs and they'd bumped out the curb, so.
They didn't notice that?
Well, you for sure notice it. You have to just go by it and go by the one on Lorraine. What?
They said they didn't notice it.
No, they noticed the stop sign. They don't remember that there wasn't a stop sign before.
Oh, okay.
which
Number
is
13.
magic, yeah.
Okay, last one, I think.
On the last, those two, the engineers asked if you could introduce those ordinances tonight, so we could have the public hearings in 2 weeks so that we can get these things done.
Yeah.
It's your prerogative whether or not you want to introduce it now and have
The speed limit?
Yeah, both, number 12 and number 13.
Oh.
Or we can do it on the 24th, and it could be, the public hearing and adoption could be the first meeting in October.
So they feel like there's somewhat of an urgency of getting these things done.
Well, once you get these approvals, and
Yeah, they wanna get
especially
it
the second
done.
one with the county,
Yeah.
it's like, let's
Oh,
get
okay.
it done.
I mean, I don't think we have a problem with that. Let's just do it.
We have the approval
Yeah.
from the county.
Yeah.
But it doesn't go into effect until you adopt the ordinance.
Aha.
I
So
don't-
this is our first reading then? Is that what you're trying to
Yeah,
do?
I don't mind approving this, but I do have a question about when and if, and maybe I'm just going to put this on the record for Vision Zero and our own township to do some looking in the Fourth Ward, Maple Avenue and Elmwood, Pleasant Avenue and Hilltop. Those are speed traps. Lincoln and Maple. You know, I understand this is an urgency for the entire Valley Road, but I'm just going on record that I would like to either meet with whomever put this together so we can have some real discussions about some of the major problems in the Fourth Ward with traffic. And
Absolutely.
we too could use a 25 mile per hour on some of our streets.
Yeah, and my question was kind of related,
Well,
so.
our roads,
Yeah, my question was related. It
24
seems to
hours.
me.
It's not enforced. There's speed bumps there. We don't have enough crosswalks. You've got a major school there. You've got 2 daycare centers. The streets are tight. We need some assistance down there.
Anyway, just to, my question was, this is talking about Valley Road, but Valley Road, in my view, runs into Orange Road. So is this not talking about changing the speed limit on Orange Road as well, or is it just Valley?
This is for Valley.
It just curves around and
Yeah.
then becomes, right, so why wouldn't you also include? Is it 25?
All municipal.
It is.
All municipal.
It is,
And
okay,
most of
thank you.
Valley is too.
I got it.
Yeah,
Yes, all municipal.
Valley is too.
All municipal
Yep.
are,
Okay, so I'd like to make a motion that we have an ordinance to amend Section 327 of the Code of the Township of Montclair, New Jersey, multi-way stop intersection between Park Street and Alexander Avenue. Is there a second?
So moved.
Roll call, please.
Deputy Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham,
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato,
Yes.
Counselor Lockman,
Yes,
Counselor Toller, Counselor Williams,
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville.
Yes. Motion for 13, please.
Yeah. Number 13, ordinance to amend section 327-11, speed limits of the code of the Township of Montclair, New Jersey, to establish a 25 mile per hour speed limit on Valley Road within the township. And I so move.
Second. All in favor?
aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Carried. Okay, so we're going to take a 5-minute break, and then we're going to excuse ourselves from the public and go into executive session.
Why don't we move into executive session now, and we'll take our 5-minute break.
Okay, so we're
That
going to
way we
move
can
into
clear
the
out- that
executive
way we can
session
clear out
now, and then we're going to take our 5-minute break.
All in favor?
Thank you for coming.
Can-
Just for closure, to make sure no one has a problem.
That's right.
On
Yeah,
the
yeah,
motion
yep.
to go into executive session. I'm sorry, who's the second on the motion to go into executive session?
Me.
Okay, thank you.
So at this point in time, we're going to council members, we're going to start over here. Thank you. Good evening. We're going to return to the council meeting at this time, and we're going to have good of the order. We're going to start with Councilor Toller.
Thank you, Mayor Baskerville. Are we going to make a motion this evening, or we'd like to hold that to the next meeting for these appointments?
So, which appointments are we talking about? Which
Montclair
appointments?
Early Childhood.
So you had recommended Ms. Troutman?
Yes,
But two other people who are currently
Right.
on the board want to be re-upped.
correct.
And that would be Jane Susswine and Dylan Walsh.
Correct.
And is there any reason that you know why those people should not be reappointed?
Not at all.
So I personally believe that if people are serving on a board, the board is doing well, that there's no reason to knock them out. And I personally know Jane Susswine, and she's a wonderful person. I don't know Dylan Walsh.
Right.
And I think they've done work on the commission, like MECC. So I, for one, would not be in favor of replacing them with somebody else at this point. There may be, I mean, I don't know what the terms of the other people on the board are. If some of those people are coming off next year or maybe later
Well,
this year.
The reason I brought this up is because per the information the clerk sent us a while back about vacancies, there was one seat available.
Oh,
So is there one seat, or is it just
yeah.
3 seats?
I thought there was just two, that there were just.
The memo that we
Oh.
received did have 2 people. I'm fine with Jane.
Yeah.
When we got the updates from the clerk in the very beginning, back in July, it said it was 1 seat available.
Oh, so which is it?
There are 2 seats that are council appointments, governing body appointments to the MECC. The group is made up where part of the appointments come from the Board of Education and part of them come from the governing body. So at this time, there are only 2 vacancies for governing body appointments.
And does that?
And there are 3 individuals, correct?
Well, let me
No.
just finish.
I'm
Does
sorry.
does that include, are those 2 seats could they be filled by the people who are currently on the board, the holdovers? Or are they 2 separate seats?
The 2 seats are the holdovers.
Ah.
So the MECC, they made contact and they asked that the governing body reappoint these people. As far as I know, these people are still attending meetings, so that's
Yeah.
why they use the term holdover.
So we have no ability to appoint a new person if we want to appoint the holdovers?
I don't understand it to be that way, but it is the governing body at your discretion. You fill those 2 seats, but the board is asking that the 2 seats be filled by the holdovers.
Yeah.
I'd like to suggest that we let the 3 people, if there are only 2 appointments, come in, because I also know Ms. Troutman, and I think she'd be an amazing person. I know Jane Susswine very well, and I'm very familiar with her. I'm not as familiar with the 3rd person that was on that list, and so I wouldn't just say because people are there, then therefore I would personally think that they would be better than anyone else. So I think it would make sense for me anyway to hear from the 3 of them and make a decision after I learned more. If the rest of the council's not interested in hearing from them, I would ask, please, that I be given a time period, maybe until the next meeting, to go and meet the other person that I don't know, and then I'll be able to have a little bit more understanding about what I'm voting on.
I believe that Dylan Walsh, was that who you don't know?
Yeah,
I
I'm
believe-
okay with Jane Susswine. I'm
Yeah.
familiar with the family. I believe that Ms. Troutman would be an excellent candidate for this seat based on her background and her experience. I'm not familiar with Dylan, but if the mayor would like to hold this over and meet with, excuse me, all 3, and then come back with a decision, I'm fine with that as well.
As I said, I kind of like the
I just
idea of
want to
the
make sure that we have
continuity of a
adequate
board.
diversity
Yeah.
on these commissions and boards.
Yeah, I respect that the board actually made the recommendations for the 2 individuals who are on, but I would like to get a little more information about the candidates. I think I saw Ms. Troutman's resume. I think it's really strong. I just want to know a little bit more about Mr. Walsh and Ms. Susswine.
Council?
I agree. I'm not prepared to vote. I would prefer not to vote right now.
Likewise.
Same. Not prepared to vote right now.
Okay. So I would like to suggest that we invite them in and let them talk to us a little bit about, what they've done, what they think they're contributing, and see what we think.
So all three.
Mm-hmm. And it really works well when we've
Sounds
done
fair.
it in the past.
Absolutely.
It was just, and people actually were, even the other people that were trying to get the seats were seemingly interested in hearing the other people too. So is there any objection to inviting them in? And of course, if they say, no, I don't want to come in, but. Okay, I would like to do that.
I'm sorry, but then you had two more, right?
Yeah, Stacy Dunham would like to, she put in a volunteer form for Parks and Recreation. Would like for the council to consider her for that position. I believe there are 5 seats available.
Plenty of seats.
Right,
yeah.
for Parks and Recreation, so if the council could entertain that, that would be appreciative. Kyle Parro put in an application as well. He's interested in either Landlord-Tenant Advisory Committee, which desperately needs some additional seats, people to fill those seats, or either the Environmental Commission. His paperwork has been shared with everyone.
I'd like to make a motion that we appoint Stacy Dunham to the Park and Recreation Advisory Commission. They have quite a few vacancies.
I second that.
Can I just ask a question of process?
Mhm.
None of this was on the agenda, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I guess this is not
no,
not
I
at
get
all
it. I
a
get
commentary
it. I
on
get
the
it.
people, and I really appreciate you keeping us on track to get the appointments done. I just, in terms of not having, this is not on the agenda, do we need to do this tonight rather than putting it on the agenda? I just want to put it out there that, again, this is not at all
Yeah, I like
related
process.
to,
It's
it's just a process question for everyone, whether it's like, do we need to do it now? And I will vote, you know what I mean? I'm going to be voting, so I don't know. Should we just do it now, or do we wait? That's my question.
Yeah, I will, how do I rescind my motion? Okay.
Just like that.
I respect the process, and I thank you for reminding us of that. I think it's very important. We've never actually discussed the process for appointing people to committees and whatever, how we're going to do them. And it has been, in my mind also, somewhat haphazard. Somebody will come up with a name and say, I really like this person, and talk to 3 people, and then come back, and they'll have 4 people, and they'll vote, and then people will get there. So I do like the fact that we, first discuss what that process is going to be, and then adhere to that. So thank you for the reminder.
Mayor, may I just ask the clerk a question? And thank you, I agree, to follow the process. In the meantime, would you be able to send us any new volunteer interest forms that we may have received?
Since the last time, yes.
Anything else good to the order? Counselor Toller? No. Okay. Counselor Williams? Oh, Counselor Toller? Oh. Well, now would be the
Now
time.
I'm curious.
Counselor Toller? Counselor Toller?
I cede my time to Counselor Toller.
Okay,
Let's hear the
Counselor
speech.
Toller? No, this is it.
Okay,
I'm
this
not
is fine.
coming back.
No problem. Okay, so just wanted to share with the community a few upcoming events happening in town. On Wednesday, September 11th at 6 p.m. is a small business meet and greet at the Walnut train station. Thursday, September 12th from 5 to 8 is the Friends of the Howe House art sale at Berkshire Hathaway, right here on Bloomfield Avenue in Montclair. Of course, we know the Jazz Festival is coming up this weekend. Tuesday, September 17th, I'll be hosting a Fourth Ward community meeting at the Montclair Fire Department at 6 o'clock. Saturday, September 21st, there's a St. Mark's Fall Festival on Elm Street from 10 to 4. Please come out and enjoy the fall activities and vendors. October 4th, the NAACP Montclair branch will be hosting their annual Thurgood Marshall Freedom Fund Dinner and Awards Ceremony. Their guest speaker is Yusef Salam. If you're interested in purchasing tickets, please visit the NAACP website. And of course, Saturday, October 5th is the Montclair Fire Department Block Party at Nishwain. Everyone's invited to this free event. Next, I would like to extend my appreciation to the Young Black Fathers Organization for organizing the 6th annual kickball game and backpack giveaway at Glenville Park, along with other sponsors who participated, like Reaching Out Montclair. It was a fantastic day. I look forward to seeing even more community members at the 7th annual event. I just wanted to thank our CFO, Maja Rao, and our Township Manager, Mr. Lapola, for swiftly processing the check needed for the bouncy house that was sponsored by this council. So thank you for that. Congratulations are in order to the most recent Historic Preservation Commission awardees. I won't go through the whole list, but they are posted, I believe, on our township website. Just want to give an additional congratulations to Jessica and Sankofa Coffee, which had their grand opening at 319 Orange Road in the South End. If you haven't been there to get your coffee, please stop by. It won't disappoint. I wanted to, for the record, to let the council and the community know that the township's affirmative action binder, which was dated in 2016, is currently undergoing revisions and updates by our Human Resource Department and the Township Manager's Office. I appreciate the team's efforts in addressing my requests, and I eagerly anticipate the new binder's release. Just wanted to thank the community members who have already submitted volunteer interest forms for various township committees and commissions. I'm thrilled to see so many residents eager to get involved and contribute their expertise, knowledge, and time to support our community. Very excited for those that are really willing to help us move this process along here as council. The last thing that I wanted to say is I wanted to express my gratitude to the numerous residents who have contacted me through email regarding their issues or concerns in the 4th Ward. I just want to remind the residents that while I am one person with a single vote, please understand that I'm committed to diligently working in your best interest to find the most effective resolution for your concerns. I'm here to advocate for you, and I will continue to do so. Thank you for this time.
Councilor Williams?
That was excellent. So just a couple of advisements to anybody that's still watching this. The town homepage confirmed that there is a way for you to get a request or a complaint or whatever you have to the right person within 205 to deal with it, and it's on the town homepage, and it says request info. You can fill it out there, and it'll go to where it needs to go if you have some sort of issue. And it's just helpful for us because I found out also that we can compile that data. All of us can get access to the app, and we can see the data, and we can see what type of complaints and things in that nature are coming in, and we can kind of put together a kind of a robust plan to maybe deal with these sorts of issues in the future. And that's really it. At some point, I'll have another town hall, potentially in December, and that is it for me.
Deputy Mayor?
Sure, thank you. I have just a few updates and some announcements, and I'll try to be quick because it's really late. Just wanted to give a quick update on the town manager search. I want to thank Mr. Burr, the town attorney, and the legal department for swiftly getting documentation and the draft contract out to JPM and all your assistance. I understand the contract has been now executed as of today, and so the next steps will be moving forward. Also wanted to just mention that just because a couple of people, I heard at least a couple of people today during public comment just express, some confusion around public comment and agenda. And so I just wanted to share that myself and my council colleagues have been working on a procedure for agenda creation. And the purpose is to make it more transparent and participatory for everyone, and to make the process a lot smoother for the staff and the council and the public. So we're hoping to get that implemented in time for the, in preparation for the next meeting. And just in announcements-wise, I wanted to just say a big thank you to Sophia, who that organization that had its 14th annual walk to bring awareness and support to victims and survivors of domestic violence. It was on Saturday, and myself and Mayor Baskerville were in attendance, and it was a really wonderful event. A big turnout at Canterbury Park. It was really inspiring and meaningful to be there. And thank you to Cynthia Walker, who's been heading up Sophia for many, many years. And let's see, Councilor Toller already mentioned the Jazz Festival. There are other small business meet and greets, the 11th, the 12th, the 18th, the 19th, and the 25th. Information, hours, and locations are all on the town website. So please, if you're a small business owner, be sure to check it out and come out and share your thoughts and ideas. And I think that's it for now. Thank you.
Councilor Lockman?
Sleeping. I don't really have a whole lot to say there. The Walnut Street Fair is on September 29th, which should be a whole lot of fun. Hopefully the weather will cooperate. And that's about it for me.
Councilor Birmingham?
Thank you, Mayor. Very briefly, because of the late hour, I will be holding a community meeting, a Ward 2 community meeting on Thursday at 7 p.m. at Edgemont Park House. I look forward to seeing people there. And I also want to wish everyone a happy school year this year. I know everybody's back to school. And otherwise, I think, given the hour, I think that's all I'm going to say tonight.
Councilor D'Amato?
Thank you, Mayor. Since I've been such a smarty pants tonight, I will say something silly and bad about myself, which is that that ordinance, that earlier today I had an exchange with a constituent about Valley Road, and they were wondering why we can't have a lower speed limit or have better traffic on there. And I said, I'm going to look into it for sure, and went on this whole long thing. And of course, it was on our agenda. And yeah, you can laugh, and I laughed at myself about it. And this was partly me, obviously, being a blockhead, but also it's just because we're overloaded with things. I had read, I had read our agenda when it came in print, ahead of earlier than it ever has, and probably socked it away in my head. And then as we were going into this meeting was, sort of drowned in lots of changes that forced me to do a lot of other looking at the top of the agenda and worrying about the process. So again, it's mostly on me, but I think it was another wake-up call that we should really be trying to make a regularized system for everybody's benefit. So I'm not wasting people's time, writing emails that say things like that. Now, all that said, there's a happy ending. We'll learn stuff, and that was a huge change that we just made, a huge and surprising change on Valley Road. It maybe wasn't great that an ordinance was passed like that, so swiftly, but this will be an amazing change. It is a terrifying road. And I mean, it is sort of the key main artery of our town up there. And, sort of most importantly, and I live very nearby and I have a kid that runs around, and doesn't always pay attention. But to really bring it home to us, why changing that road and making it safer is so important, is that my opponent in this election, who I like very much, last year was hit by a car. Almost exactly at the location of the resident who rode in. So it's all sort of tying together. But again, I am feeling very overwhelmed with a lot of stuff that changes, and it would be good to have a process that was a little slicker and that would help us all out. And then finally, I would just also say that I am having a town meeting next Tuesday, September 17th at 8 p.m., so it's a late one, at the Bellevue Avenue Branch Library, where we can talk about problems or give ideas, hopefully, or if you want, you can just come and yell at me like you do here. There's also a township event for small businesses for the first ward, which will be also in front of the branch 2 days later on Tuesday the 19th. And then we have a weekend that's very big for the first ward, which is the Upper Montclair Sidewalk Sale on the 21st. I want to thank the manager for helping out with this one. That same day, there's the Rose Square Art Show in Anderson Park, which is a lot of fun to walk around and actually buy some stuff. And then the following day, I'm looking forward to an event in Yannicka Brook Park, where there'll be some fun things, and hopefully I will not be killed and eaten by the geese, which, if you haven't seen over there, the geese are really something else. So that's it for me.
Mayor, I'm so sorry. Can I just say one thing? September 12th, I'm having my community meeting, and before that, you can come to the Watchung Small Business Meeting in Watchung Plaza at Ward 2. So I just wanted to add that.
What time is that?
It's at 6 p.m. So yeah, 6 to 7:30.
7:30.
Thank you. Sorry about that.
Okay, I have a question, I guess, for the manager, based on the ordinance about the speed limit on Valley Road. So in and about 2012 or somewhere during that time year, the council passed, was it a resolution we passed, or was it an ordinance? Because we declared at that time that speed limit all over Montclair was going to be 25 miles an hour. Then they found out that there were some county roads that had not been, the speed limit changed. And I thought they did that, and because they were making, big headlines about how they slowed the traffic down. And so now I'm trying to figure out what happened to Valley Road and all of the efforts before this to make all of the roads that were 25 miles an hour.
It was done by ordinance, just so that you know.
Right, that's what I thought, but then when he was saying this.
Amendments to the code are generally done by ordinance.
Right.
The prior council set most of, all of the municipal-owned roads in Montclair to 25 miles an hour.
No, it wasn't the prior, it was the council before, because I was sitting on
Okay.
there when I did that.
I know we had some ordinances that made some of the, reduced some of the speed limits to 25. I believe there was also some limits that were reduced at school zones.
Yeah, the school zones, of course, are,
So
yeah.
what happens is, any road that's a county road, or a
Right.
portion thereof, has to be changed by the county.
Right.
So we can make the recommendation to
Right.
change it, and then the county has to take up that, spearhead that movement to change the portion of the road that is deemed a county road. And I think part of Valley Road is considered a county road, just like part of Upper Mountain Avenue is considered a county road.
So they only did
I
Upper Mountain
believe
the first time?
I believe the county has decided that the portions of the Valley Road that are county should be changed to 20,
Right,
reduced to 25.
I get that, but under the last council, there was a portion of, I believe, Upper Mountain at that time, so did they not get all of the county roads at that time?
I do not believe, they did not. I do not
Are we
believe
certain
all-
of that? Because I thought that was
I do
the
not
big
believe
to-do.
all of Upper Mountain Avenue has been reduced to
No, all of
20.
Upper Mountain isn't, but I know that they did have the speed limit changed by the county in the conversation with the county road. I thought they were doing all county roads at that time. They didn't.
Case-by-case basis, and they require a.
Study, traffic study.
Okay.
They made it very clear they're not going to do all.
Okay, so are there any other county roads? And I guess, we should all be thinking about this now in our township that have not been done already, and should they start the studies? Because,
Is that Orange Road? Orange Road, is that?
yeah, Orange Road.
I believe Grove Street is still at 30 miles an hour, right?
Well, it's just something to think about, because I keep thinking that we've accomplished that. Yeah, no, okay, all right.
It's our mobility committee.
So, Okay. So earlier I mentioned when Mr. Riccio was in here that the meeting was at 4:30. The meeting is actually at 6 p.m. And it is for the Hispanic Heritage Month in Newark. And everyone's welcome. And it is in the Hall of Records, room 506, for everyone that wants to attend. I'd also like to share that I was asked to there's an organization called the Junior League, and they ask that we dedicate September 19th, 2024 to Find the Good Day in Montclair. And this special day, Find the Good Day, encourages individuals to recognize and celebrate the positive aspects of their communities, of our communities, and take action to uplift others. And so this proclamation reads, whereas the Junior League is dedicated to promoting volunteerism, empowering women, and enhancing communities through effective leadership and action, and whereas Find the Good Day, observed on September 19th, 2024, encourages individuals to recognize and celebrate the positive aspects of their communities and take action to uplift others, and whereas on this day we acknowledge the importance of kindness, compassion, and community service in fostering positive change and building stronger, more resilient communities, and whereas the Junior League continues to play a pivotal role in advancing for significant community initiatives and empowering individuals to make a lasting impact. Now, therefore, I, Dr. Renee Baskerville, Mayor of the Township of Montclair, County of Essex, do hereby proclaim September 19th, 2024 as Find the Good Day in the Township of Montclair, and I encourage all of our citizens to participate in acts of kindness, volunteerism, and community service. And of course, I still believe that most of us do that on every day, so I'm going to continue to encourage us to do so and let the league, the Junior League, know that I stand with them in this celebration. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor. The only thing that I was going to report tonight is that we have a special general election on Wednesday, September 18. That's, I'm trying to highlight Wednesday because usually elections are on Tuesday. It's for the 10th Congressional District. There has been, the county moved 2 of the poll sites, and we'll have the information on the website, but I can, from the top of my head tell you, the 4th Ward residents who vote at Nishuane School, they're being moved to Trinity. And the District 2-7, normally voting in the freshman cafeteria, they're moving across the street to the high school. That's what the county did. But that's September 18 special general election, just for 10th Congressional District. That's all I have.
Will that be posted on the website in advance?
Yes.
Thank you.
Manager LaPola? Okay. I have a question in terms of the community, the person that's going to be doing our posting on Facebook and that type of thing, the communications specialist. Where are we with that? Because I think that we are really lacking in that area, and I apologize.
I offered the position to someone, he accepted, and he's going through the HR process now, so I should have a start date to give you in a name very shortly.
Okay, and I appreciate that, and I hope that everyone listening is understanding that hopefully that'll make a huge difference in terms of communication. And the other thing that we really need to, will be very helpful to me in terms of communication, is the computers. So we were sworn in on July 1st and still don't have township computers, so I'm hoping that they're coming soon. Do we have an estimated date and time when we'll be getting the computers?
It has been ordered. Right now, it's being built as we speak. So I will find out more, as I mentioned it to you, I will find out more as I can.
Okay.
So for anybody that's watching, I'm still having a difficult time with some communication technology things, but thank you for your patience. The Township Attorney?
Mayor, due to the late hour, I have nothing to report.
Okay, motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Have a good evening.